Good morning to you, honorable members. Good morning to you, evidence leader and your team, Advocate Arens and Advocate Mkhwanazi. We have an apology today of Advocate Bongiwe Mkhize. She has to conclude consultations with Mr. McBride for Tuesday's appearances. Mudunga, good morning to you and your team.
Good morning, Honorable.
Your support team.
Good morning, Honorable.
Thank you so much. The staff of Parliament, Nicolette.
Good morning, Chair.
Thank you. The staff of political parties and members of the media. Good morning to you. I'm not seeing Natasha here. We must acknowledge her presence. She has been a mainstay in this proceedings. For sure, this time Natasha will give you the title of honorable member. Thank you so much for your ever presence and your commitment to giving the South African people information. When we ended yesterday, it was after Honorable Matthys has spoken. Welcome, Honorable Adams. So today we are going to start where Honorable Matthys has ended. We are starting with the leader of the EFF, Honorable Malema. Your time is starting now, Honorable Member. It's 1 minute past 10. With that lapse of time, you will end at 29 minutes to 11. Good luck to you and General Khumalo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to you and colleagues and General Khumalo and your team. I must start by apologizing that I've been in and out yesterday and the same will happen today. I'm in consultation with lawyers for my sentencing on the 23rd of Friday. So I don't mean any disrespect when I come in and out of this meeting. The first thing I would like to raise with you, General, is that I appreciate the fact that you're saying you act in a professional manner. But you will know that sometimes police act out of what is expected of them. And that's why we've got institutions like IPID to look at that kind of conduct. And in a situation of Matlala where he says his children were put on the floor and pointed with a gun, and the wife was assaulted and all of that, you will agree with me that if that happened, that will be wrong. It's an unacceptable conduct that no African child should be subjected to. The fact that the case has not been opened doesn't mean it didn't happen. And I'm not saying it happened, but if it happened, it's something that you should be willing to condemn. And when it was uttered by Matlala, for sure, you would have developed some interest to verify the facts that it really happened in a manner in which Matlala is saying it. General.
Thank you. Good morning once again, Honorable Chair, Honorable Member. Indeed, we try by all means to be as professional as possible because we are developing the culture of thorough investigation and developing a culture of engaging whoever the person of interest is. We after the evidence then by Mr. Matlala, indeed one did revisit the reports and then discussions with the operational commander to confirm. But as the honorable member is rightfully pointing out, if there are allegations maybe that are beyond our view from the reports that we receive from the team, Mr. Matlala then is allowed to come forward, not to us, but through the structures like IPIT to lay complaint.
Thanks, General. When you got arrested at the airport, how did you feel about it, that you get to be subjected to that kind of treatment as a senior police officer? Did you know about it before? And why do you think they treated you the way they did? Because ordinarily, when a person is senior like you, who is not necessarily a fugitive, who you can easily make an appointment with through the lawyer for him to appear, and so on and so forth. What really transpired there?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Member. It did not feel right. One had to look back at the investment that one has done in his own integrity for the past 34 years. But then one luckily had a clue, and then one had to understand it as a project targeting the reputation, because already the campaign was on targeting both PKTT as well as myself, because I'm in charge of both environments, the division as well as PKTT. It did not feel well, but then one had to accept it as it was clear that the objective is really to, because if we may compare, out of all the rest of the junior officers were called to come. I'm the only one who was not called, who was then arrested at the airport the way it happened.
And you'll agree with me that arrests like that are not conducted by senior police officers, like a general coming to arrest a general. Ordinarily, it will be a very junior member of the police, junior than you, who comes and effect the arrest.
Yes, I agree, Honorable, through you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Member. It was junior members, even the senior investigating officer was not present. So the whole SAPS that is working at the airport was activated. One could hear the discussion then from the arresting officers from IDEC as we are leaving, thanking the shift commanders and the station commander of the airport for well-executed operation. So it was something that was not supposed to be done like that, but it did happen as planned.
Do you know the junior who arrested you?
Yes, I know my arresting officer.
Is there a Sergeant Ndlovu in the PKTT?
A Sergeant Ndlovu in the PKTT, there might be one, I cannot but recall as of hand. The one that is coming on to my mind as I talk is the one who was previously with the team from the intelligence collection side.
Now that you know this junior arresting officer, did you send any of the PKT team members to the Eastern Cape to surveillance the arresting officer's residence?
No, I've never done that.
Was there ever such an allegation brought to attention that there is a PKT team member who's surveilling the house of the arresting officer?
No, I've never received such a complaint. I would have attended to it.
And you will agree that if such a thing happened, it will be somehow something that seeks to, in a way, intimidate the arresting officer or witness in your language.
That is correct, Honorable Chair, and we will have to discourage it if it indeed happened. But then one is not in control of, or one cannot say whichever environment is investigating whoever cannot do it then because of that. But if it's done for the purpose of intimidating the arresting officer, it needs to be condemned. It's not right.
General, are you aware of the Inspector General of Intelligence findings against you and members of the management of the crime intelligence? And this report has led to the suspension of the Inspector General of Intelligence, which makes certain findings about you.
Other than what one picked up on the media, there is no official report and it's not even supposed to be brought to our attention, but one has just read and picked up on the media.
Do you have a security clearance?
Yes, Honorable Chair, I have 2 of them.
And then that report suggests that one of those security clearance was fraudulent and thereby invalid.
It is not true, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. The first security clearance was issued to me, and after crime intelligence has conducted their vetting investigation since 2018 when I applied, and then the process continued up until then before my appointment, when then the National Commissioner inquired as to how far is the process, and then they finalized the process, and then I was issued then with the security clearance.
You spoke about some members of SAPS who are trying to destabilize the Swartz murder case, who got involved in a bad way in an attempt to destabilize this case and its investigations. Is there anyone who's arrested for that purpose?
The whole investigation around the allegations of obstructing the cause of justice is underway. It's a very wide investigation because it starts from the threats that were made against the members during the bail application stage, right throughout the operation of the 6th. So it is a very wide investigation, but the docket, some of the dockets are already with the NPA for decision.
Another allegation you make is that this there were senior members of SAPS who were mingling with the implicated parties or some members of the cartel. And what made many of us so interested in your appearance is that the National Commissioner, when he came here, and General Mkhwanazi, when they came here, they said, you were going to give us more meat on many things that they've said, including giving us names of the people who might be implicated in some of these things. Who of the senior members of SAPS was mingling with the cartels? And in which events were they found mingling together?
The issue of mingling, let me first start, Honorable Chair, by maybe then reminding the House on what I said yesterday. There is a thin blue line between the members of the cartel or any syndicate and then wanting to paint the picture that they are closer to the high-ranking officials or politicians, and also between them being working together. So, as I've indicated, that is still part of the investigation. The senior officers are identified, and then the investigation to determine how far the relationship is ongoing.
Yeah, but who are these senior officials who mingle with persons of interest? I mean, I remember one of the witnesses in Madlanga said they got extremely scared when they were invited into a social gathering, and then they found some of these people in a party, even playing music from their phones as a way of demonstrating that actually they are very familiar with this environment they found themselves in. It shouldn't be a very difficult thing to share with the South Africans that this senior officer was found in a house or in a party of a person of interest. The person of interest we may not mention, but a senior official who's commanding these junior investigating officers, junior in terms of rank compared to them. Some even get instructions from them on how certain things need to be done. The next thing, they find these thugs sitting with senior police officials. We should be able to get names, because that is the whole idea why we are here. We are not here to just search in the air. We want something that is touchable, something tangible, so that when we leave here, we're able to make the necessary recommendations and say whatever needs to happen to whoever if we find that indeed there is some involvement with wrong people who are involved in destroying the future of our children in this country.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members. Referring to the evidence under oath led by witnesses A, B, and C in Madlanga Commission, they are referring to some events where then they will be called to attend some social gatherings, and then they will find then senior officers also being together with their persons of interest in the investigation. They mentioned the provincial commissioner of Gauteng, the Major General Shibiri that I referred on yesterday. I'm not sure, because I do not have that as part of my their statements as part of my bank.
When did the National Commissioner ask you to take over the investigation which brought Matlala to your side? When was that?
I might not have the exact date, but it is supposed to be around October, November, when then he invited me to a meeting where there was a complaint about that investigation, and then the complainant then was venting the frustrations and unhappiness about the fact that the docket was investigated by the team that was reporting to the Deputy National Commissioner of Crime Detection, of which the allegations during the meeting were he is very close to a person whom the complainant was suspecting to be involved in the kidnapping. It was during that meeting that then the National Commissioner directed that I took over that investigation.
So that will be October, November 2025.
October, November 2024. Because
2024.
we had our operation on the 6th of December.
When a national commissioner was asked a question about whether he knows Matlala or not, early 2025, he said, no, I did not know who the owner of the company was. I also did not know who Vusimuzi Matlala is. But he referred Vusi Matlala to you in October, November 2024. And when asked whether he knows Vusi Matlala, he says, no, I don't know the person. Then that is in 2025.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Even myself, I did not know him. He was, I think on my affidavit, I introduced that subject in one of the paragraphs, that the name was introduced to us for the first time during that meeting, and then we had then to start our investigation by identifying the person. From the National Commissioner's point of view, the name was mentioned by the complainant in our presence, both of us. So I won't be in a position to indicate if he knew him before that meeting.
No, but he referred him to you in October 2024. When he's asked early 2025, he says, I don't know such a person.
Yes, Honorable Chair, as I'm indicating, one cannot be sure whether knowing was in reference to knowing a person physically, so, or knowing that there is a Vusi Matlala. The name, as I've mentioned, was mentioned to both of us by the complainant during that meeting. From my side, I can confirm that it was for the first time hearing about the name Vusi Matlala.
So they referred the matter in relation to the case of Mr. Jerry Bogasho.
That is correct, Chair.
Yesterday, you spoke about coincidences. You are a head of crime intelligence. You can't speak about coincidences to us, because if you have observed such pattern and you are suspicious that there is something that is fishy here, because this cannot just be coincidences. That's why we are bringing them to our attention. You run an operation on the 6th of December, and then at the same time, a person, Advocate Johnson, writes a letter demanding the dockets. And then you say it's a coincidence. A head of intelligence can't speak like that. You ought to tell us if there was connection between this demanding of the dockets in relation to the cases that were opened by Honorable Adams and the operations of the 6th of December, because the whole intention is to find out if there are senior people in the police, in the NPA, in the judiciary, who are trying by all means to protect these criminals. So when tokens are being demanded, on the same day you're running an operation, and then you are suspicious that this might be used to destabilize this investigation we're busy with. Have you conducted any investigation about that to ascertain yourself that there is criminal activity that is happening here, which seeks to protect criminals, both by Advocate Johnson and Honorable Member Adams?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. At the present moment, I am referring to those as coincidents, which are raising suspicions, but one being involved in the case that is at court, one is not in a position to institute the counter investigation to confirm that that investigation will take place when the time is right. Hence, now we are referring to those coincidents as suspicions.
So the story that you tampered with, not necessarily you, but that Matlala's phones were tampered with, an allegation made by Advocate Johnson and Matlala himself, that story is not correct.
According to us, that story is not correct. We have the proof and the statement from our digital forensic as to activities that we conducted on those phones. Whoever is alleging the deleting and then has to also come with a proof from their independent DFI.
So you will suggest that Advocate Johnson and Matlala lied under oath?
From our point of view, we can confirm that because we have the 212 statement as well as chain statements from whoever handled and dealt with the cell phones. And also the common sense has to maybe tell us that we were the ones that were interested in every bit and a piece of information that we might find in those phones, and then it will be defeating our own purpose if then we will we conducted the operation. We were not aware that the subject of investigation might be a person of interest to so many people and institutions that might at the later stage be interested in the cell phones. But for our investigation, it will be defeating our own investigation if we can delete even a full stop in one of those gadgets.
That phone of Matlala, which was found in the cell, did you also do some forensic on it?
That is correct, Honorable Chair.
Do you confirm that Mr. Brown, Mkhwanazi, and the minister's conversation of any arrest affected, you speak about it in 155, that was not about Stelfontein?
According to, thank you, Honorable Chair, according to our analysis of the communication, we confirm that it flows from the discussion of IPID expected to effect some arrests And then as then it comes towards the end as a response to the discussion that is starting earlier on as I presented on my statement. Hence, then I concluded in my statement that it cannot be possible that that arrest was related to the Stilfontein issues.
So Minister lied under oath that he was talking about Stilfontein.
Unless then they can be a proof like we are producing in the form of that communication and interaction and responses.
So do you confirm that there are journalists who are also involved in this kind of activities to protect these cartels?
We have identified some that we believe that they might be part of the communication department of the cartel, and then the investigation is still ongoing on that part.
In your own opinion, the disbandment of PKTT was to protect the cartels?
Up to so far, we are convinced, based on the reasons that are contained in my statement, that before the first takedown on the 6th of December, one had never received any complaint or any issue, negative issue around the PKTT. So it came as a surprise, but then with the understanding that the only reason might be that the PKTT assisted the GCI ops in Gauteng.
The National Commissioner, when he came, he said, you are going to give us names of the politicians you are investigating. Are you able to share those names of politicians who might be involved in corruption that you are investigating?
As I've indicated during my testimony, Honorable Chair, that as per the legal framework, we are not allowed to identify a subject of investigation until the investigation is finalized. And then...
Thank you so much, honorable members.
Any judge?
The next speaker is Mbangazita from the Inkatha Freedom Party. Up until 2 minutes after 11 o'clock, Honorable Mngango.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning to
Good morning,
General
Honorable.
Khumalo. General, as Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence, can you confirm unequivocally whether you had full operational authority to manage intelligence collection and deployment, or whether your authority was somehow subject to informal political influence?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. As far as I'm concerned, as well as my activities and actions ever since I was opened, I have the full authority to direct the collection of intelligence within the environment without any influence.
Thank you. When intelligence products are disseminated to National Commissioner, the Minister, and the National Intelligence Committee, are these bodies actually receiving the same intelligence, or are different versions of intelligence shared to these different bodies? And I'm asking this because when General Sbia was here, he actually gave us a lot of different intelligence information from what you are actually telling us now. So that is why I'm asking whether you do share, the same product. Even the minister was telling us something different. Hence, he was actually very adamant in that the PKT team must be dissolved because it has actually outlived its usefulness.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Maybe attending to the first part of the question. Indeed, there will be a difference in terms of reports. The reports that we share with the intelligence coordinating structure is of a strategic in nature, and then when it comes to the ministry, in terms of our AOP, we are expected and we do submit the monthly intelligence reports that are talking to both the activities for the previous month as well as the preview of the activities then for the next month. That is at ministerial level. Now and again, if there is the intelligence report that needs to be shared with either the ministry or the national commissioner, it happens as soon as that intelligence report is ready for distribution. So the information will be the same if then the subject matter that is dealt with is also the same.
Well, thank you, Shoban. Have you ever been instructed formally or informally to withhold, delay, dilute, or even redirect intelligent reports from decision makers?
No, Honorable Chair, through you, I've never.
Thank you. You actually describe in paragraph 33, I think is the last sentence in paragraph 33, you describe, crime intelligence as a cornerstone of national security. Can you tell the committee whether any intelligence-led investigations were slowed, halted, or even discouraged because they implicated politically connected individuals?
During my time, since my appointment, it has never happened up until one then can refer to the hectic period that I was explaining since yesterday, that there are lots of our investigations that were affected by since the 6th of December up until leading towards our arrest and our removal from the office. So the possibility can exist that those were meant to derail some of our investigations.
Well, General, in your assessment, the crime or has crime intelligence been weaponized in the past, either to protect certain individuals or to target others or to settle old scores using crime intelligence?
Based on my previous experience in the environment, as I've indicated yesterday, I can confirm that those suspicions did exist, and it is something that one prioritized after the appointment. Hence, then the issue that I explained in details yesterday that talks to the alignment of the activities of the division to those of SAPS and nothing else.
Thank you, General. If I may actually quote one sentence in your paragraph 33, your evidence in chief, you say, unfortunately, this time the threats is so pronounced, it requires intervention in SAPS that has never been seen before. Can you clarify what makes this infiltration unprecedented in a democratic South Africa?
It flows, that Honorable Chair, thank you. It flows from my narrative yesterday of what we have experienced during this operation since this investigation started, to realize that what was known and within SAPS was for a sergeant, a constable, a warrant officer stopping a car on the road and requesting or demanding a jojo. And that was something that we thought we are battling with. But realizing the infiltration that we are experiencing now internally, that is at a very highest level of top management. And then that's what makes us to think that the interventions that needs to be implemented are the ones that have never been seen before.
When both the minister and General Sbiya appeared before this committee, they both asserted that PKTT's term of office actually expired in 2022. So that their argument was that its operation after that was actually outside its mandate and therefore illegal. Any expenditure incurred by the activities of the PKTT was therefore illegal. Now, is the minister aware, or was the minister not aware of the extension of the term of the PKTT? I'm asking this question because SDK 9, paragraph 72, even of your evidence, there are signatures there, and General Sbiya's signature in that information note is there, where the extension of the term of PKTT actually is contained. But Sbiya came here and argued strongly that PKTT's term expired in 2022. But in terms of that information note, the extension actually, went up to 2025, if I'm not mistaken. Would it be that Sbiya came here and actually lied under oath?
Before I get to the Honorable Chair, through you, before I get to the last part of the question, I have to indicate that that is one of the reasons why we are convinced that all of the reasons that has been forwarded up to so far as the reasons for disbanding the task team are not true, and there is no honesty into that. Referring to the information note that the honorable member is quoting, common sense was supposed to be that if there is this directive, then myself as the Deputy National Commissioner, I supported the commitment of funds and the budget for this project up until end of March 2025 with my signature. Now, if then I have to spearhead the disbandment in January before the end of March 2025, what will that mean in terms of my activities around the Public Finance Management Act in terms of fruitless expenditure? The money is committed, and then I also then spearhead the disbandment. So the reason around the unlawful operations by the PKTT after 22 are unfounded. There are documents including that information note and the approval that had even the Deputy National Commissioner's signature. So it cannot be true that the PKTT was operating unlawfully after 2022.
Well, thank you, General. When you actually discussed the modus operandi of the criminal cartels, you actually outlined a lot of things, how they actually get to infiltrate, the crime prevention structures. My question is, why do intelligence structures actually fail to detect and deal with that infiltration? I'm here talking about, for instance, Matlala. We were told here that everybody at head office in Pretoria knew Matlala because he was a frequent visitor of some of the high leadership of the police at head office. But why did intelligence actually fail to detect that Matlala is in fact a dubious character that should not be frequenting the corridors of our national crime prevention, structures?
Thank you, Chair. It's one of the areas of improvement that we have identified to be supposed to be a priority. If we look at the current structures as well as the current capability and capacity, counterintelligence was one of those areas within the division that were not capacitated to fulfill roles like that. It is now, during the reforms, that we are then focusing on that because we have identified it as a threat to the national security of the country, if then the criminal justice system can be infiltrated so easily.
Do you ever discuss in particular the contents that you shared with us around how criminal cartels actually infiltrate the corridors of power with your colleagues at different levels? I'm here talking about your DivComs, all those other, top guys there. Just to share that information so that they are also aware when they conduct their own business, they should be aware, that there is that possibility of them being, infiltrated, especially when you're discussing the issue of the cultivation of relationship between cartels and the corridors of power.
The discussions has always been happening as and when then there are meetings, but one has realized that we need to influence that there are policies or standard operational procedures that are going to be cross-cutting all provinces as well as all divisions in terms of how to deal with then the external stakeholders. It does happen, especially with the visible policing side that is dealing with partnerships, that they will refer to us for a thorough profile of any stakeholder or partner that would like to partner with them in any project that is related then to the crime-related issues.
Well, upon assuming office, you identified the gross misuse of resources and intelligence methodologies. Are you prepared to share with us who actually benefited from this misuse and why was it allowed to persist for so long?
Thank you, Chair. Maybe for the reasons that I mentioned yesterday, without going into details into the intelligence methodologies, but one can confirm that the beneficiaries has always been senior officials within the division, as well as some individuals, especially from the business sector, that will be benefiting then with those abuse of resources as well as intelligence methodologies. That was made possible by lack of legal framework that I attempted to unpack yesterday as to what made it easier than for wrong things or unlawful activities to continue as if they are lawful. It's because then there was no strong legal framework guiding the activities of the division.
You stated in your evidence, in chief, that you removed state vehicles from senior managers and reallocated them to operational units. Can you confirm whether this decision disrupted entrenched privilege within senior SEPs ranks and linked to your arrest as a reaction to what you actually did?
It's one of the decisions that made one to be not so popular because of the benefits that was coming then towards those seniors that were involved in that scheme. Because if you have not been spending on a vehicle installment, and the running cost for your private vehicle. In fact, not even owning one for the past 15 to 20 years. And then all of a sudden, then come the situation where that come to an end, and then you won't take it lightly. So indeed, that's why then there were those rebellions in the form of misinformation, in the form of campaigns for one to be removed from the division. I'll make one example. During the time, the recent period when one was not in the office, there were about 3 senior officers that attempted to get the state vehicles back from the acting divisional commissioner, which is an indication that indeed the campaign of one to be removed is still ongoing. So any opportunity, no matter how small is it, like the period of 3 to 4 months, and then already there are attempts to go back to the old ways that one is trying to deal with.
So clearly, it seems you are experiencing some sort of a coordinated resistance from different, quarters within SEPS. When you are trying to actually reform, the institution in your own environment. So how much support do you get from the National Commissioner, for instance?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. One has to confirm that the current management is getting necessary support from the Office of the National Commissioner. Hence, then these reforms are proceeding in spite of the challenges that we are facing. Like one can look at the whole year that has been lost in terms of this turnaround strategy implementation. Since then, this chaos started from December last year up to most recent time.
Thank you, General. You refer to misinformation about informers being paid only 3,000 rand. Can you clarify how informer payments are actually determined, authorized, and audited? I mean, our people are not working out there, and some of them might benefit the country for actually being part of this arrangement here. How do you pay them? How much are they being paid? Are you at liberty to share that with us?
An informer can be paid as much as the informer can sell, the value of what the informer is selling. So it's not a predetermined, there is no predetermined price as to how much. It's always the principle of value for money, like we do with our own private budgets. We apply the same principle. So it won't be easy, because there is a checklist that each application has to go through as to the value of that information that was sold and we bought it.
Well, thanks, General. You then introduced tighter controls over informal rewards. did that actually threaten established patronage in your view, patronage networks within crime intelligence?
Indeed, one can also confirm, that's why it's listed as one of those decisions that were not supported by some in the senior management, indicating that those control measures were making it impossible then to misuse the state coffers or funds.
You also identified and dismissed ghost employees. I remember that one of the generals, I'm not sure whether it's General Mkhwanazi, I can't remember, who actually shared with us that one general who was running a private farm operation had an army of these employees working on his farm but being paid for by subs as either informers or whistleblowers or of some sort. Can you confirm how many individuals were removed and how long they had been on the payroll? And then what is going to happen? Because I heard you yesterday even saying that there were some who actually had even, received ranks within the subs, and yet they were ghost police, if I may call them that way. What is going to happen to the accumulated either pension or benefits of their illegal employment?
Thank you, Chair. It's a project that is currently still on because it talks to the identification. The first thing that one has to explain is there is no proper paper trail for that process by then. So even identification of those employees, it's not something that can happen overnight. It's something that we are busy with the roll calls that we are doing spontaneously so as then we are able to identify those that are part of the group. But as soon as we do identify, and then we will then start the process of investigating, that will then lead to the dismissal thereof, and then the file then referred to our legal services and HR departments to start the process then of dealing with the expenditure or the benefits and the salaries that were unlawfully given to that ghost employee.
General, you were accused of appointing, quote unquote, your own people. Can you confirm whether all appointments?
Bangazita. Don't look at me, look at the time.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you, General.
The next speaker is Honorable Solis. There has been a small lapse of seconds, so your time will run until 11:33.
Is the chair saying that I have an injury time or something?
No, I'm now addressing Honorable Solis.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, General.
Good morning, Honorable Member.
General, is Minister Mkhunu, is he corrupt?
Thank you, Honorable Member. It is the type of a question that one cannot answer with a direct answer unless if it's qualified by the chain of events as it is tabulated in my affidavit. But in case of a direct answer that one can give as it stands is a no.
Is Minister Mkhwanazi part of the drug cartel or drug gang in Gauteng?
As per, thank you, through you, Chair. As per my affidavit, the involvement of the minister is up to so far where I had explained in terms of the links, which are indirect links with the cartel under investigation.
Is that a yes or no? Is that a yes or no? Is he part or is he not part?
It's a no if then it's supposed to be a yes or no.
Thank you, General. Is General Sibia corrupt?
The same answer will be applicable because corruption is a charge that needs to be investigated. Up until the investigation then is completed, and then a person, a subject of investigation is charged, then you can come to that conclusion of a direct answer of a yes. So the answer, whilst the investigations and inquiries are ongoing, it will always be a no.
Is General Sibia part of the drug cartel in Gauteng?
The same response will be applicable to the question, Honorable Chair, that the investigations are ongoing. So one is not in a position to say yes or no in terms of the mentioned individual like General Smith.
So the answer is no, as you stand here today.
Yes.
You testified yesterday that, open quote, almost the entire SEPS Gauteng works for cartels, close quote. How many members are there, SEPS members are there in Gauteng?
Thank you, Chair. One then cannot be in a position to give the figures unless then one is to get the figures from the respective directorate of human resource, as well as maybe the CFO to give us the numbers in terms of their payrolls. But going back to my statement, I qualified it, and I will always qualify it with our experiences that I was narrating, that we are currently experiencing still, that the operations in Gauteng, they are obstructed such that it gives that opinion that most of the police officers then are part, because you get a new name almost every day of a member at all levels that is then associated with different cartels.
You see, General, the reason why that you don't have that luxury, you are a senior, most senior South African Police Service official. You are the head of crime intelligence. It is your core function to know that when you make such a public statement about SAPS, that it must be attached or come with solid proof. Because if I sit here as a layman and the head of crime intelligence says that almost the entire SAPS Gauteng works for the drug cartels, in my view, I would say that's not a layman saying that. That's a head. That's a national head. That means he must have solid proof to make such a statement. You have a duty not to just make statements like that. You have a duty to only make such statements when you have the facts. And that's what you've been saying, that your division is meticulous in investigation. So therefore, it is important for me to understand the financial year 2024-25, General. Gauteng had between 36 to 38,000 members. So when you say almost the entire SEPS in Gauteng, 100% of that is 38,000. So how much out of 38,000 members in Gauteng, based on the statement you've made yesterday, does almost refer to? The entire is 38. What is the amount based on your intelligence who are working for the cartel in Gauteng?
Thank you, Honorable Member. The statement cannot be properly understood if it is singled out and cited as a standalone statement. It talks to, I gave an example of our interventions through PKTT in KZN, that there was an open statement that the local police officers are compromised when it comes to investigation of such cases. And that was made to be part of our investigation, the identification of those, and then the investigation thereof to confirm. Then indeed, as of now, the number of police officers that are involved, that were arrested, that has been arrested, because the operation is still ongoing, it's at 35. Some of them have already been convicted. Some of them are still then awaiting the finalization of their trials.
Sorry,
Now,
General.
I'm coming back.
Just because of my time, sorry. I get the point you're making, but I want you to understand that when you said that statement, you saw the commotion in the room. And Honorable James then repeated to clarify. To say, are you really saying? And then you confirmed. Do you understand the impression you gave us? To draw different analogies. It was a direct statement that gave the understanding that you are saying majority of the total number of SEPS Gauteng works for the cartel. We can't dispute that. You are the head of intelligence. So we would assume you have intelligence on that. Are you saying now, to correct it, that you do not have intelligence on that statement, that the entire SEPS in Gauteng works for the cartel, almost the entire, that you do not have such intelligence, and that is a reckless statement made yesterday, and it gives the wrong impression?
Thank you, Honorable Member. I'll try to explain again because I was giving that statement the basis of which it came from with the KZN example. There will always be an overview of the threat that is identified, which then will be based on that statement. And thereafter, the process of identification and investigation will be a continuous process that then will talk to numbers and names. So it's something that is taking place on daily basis. But the statement for now, as I uttered it yesterday, it's related to the threat at a broader sense, to say the operation was affected by the fact that whatever that the team is planning will find its way to the target or to the persons of interest.
Yes, we're not disputing that. Zondo has shown us that there's criminal elements in SEPS. We're not disputing that, but it's not correct to say that as a general, you can come and first make a statement and then go and investigate. A statement that speaks to the integrity and the public confidence in the institution that you represent. You can't do that, General. It is not correct for you to make a blanket statement and say now, you'd have nothing to back that up here. You are still going to investigate and then come back and say, oh no, it's true. And how much is the number? So I put it to you as a project leader of a highly skilled and trained investigative team, and as the head of crime intelligence, it was a reckless, irresponsible statement for you to make. That's my submission to you. In the Matlanga Commission, you testified, General, that on the arrest of Mulife, one civilian boy Mtetwa called General Libya. Is that correct?
I do not have the affidavit that was submitted to the Matlanga Commission to confirm in terms of the paragraph and the correctness of the statement as it's put by the honorable member.
You stated it already. It is publicly available on all platforms, where you stated that one by the name of Boyam Tetwa called General Libya, and that is how you testified as what was interference by the Hawks. And then one Malcolm X then came and stated that he disagrees with you. It was not one Mtetwa, it was him who called General Libya. And he went public and said that you lied under oath. Did you lie?
As through you, Honorable Chair, I will then request that if then the questions are related to my affidavit submitted to the Madlanga Commission, and then I'm afforded an opportunity so as I can refer to, because it's not easy to admit to such type of questions without referring to a particular paragraph as made under oath.
Are you saying you did not testify to that effect at the Madlanga Commission?
I testified in Madlanga Commission based on my affidavit submitted
Okay, let me
there.
rephrase. Are you saying you did not say Boy Mtetwa called General Libya in your testimony? Are you saying you did not say that?
I'm not saying I did not say it through you, Honorable Chair. I'm not saying I did it. All what I'm saying is I do not have the affidavit that I submitted to the Madlanga Commission as part of my bundle, so as I'm able then, I'm under oath here, so as I'm able then to give the response with reference to what I testified on at Madlanga Commission.
General, please describe your relationship with General Masemula and General Mkhwanazi. How would you describe your relationship?
Okay, thank you, Chair. We are colleagues that grew up in the SAPS. We happened then to meet along our careers, where we first met and worked together for the first time was in the division Operational Response Services, and then up to date we are still having that relationship of colleagues that are working for the SAPS.
You are very close, and one of the central things that brings you and makes you so close is the PKTT. I just want to go through a timeline because my time is almost up and I'm hoping I finish it in time. Just to show the interesting link between your relationship and how that relates to the PKTT. In 2011, General Mkhwanazi is briefly the acting national commissioner in 2011. In March 2012, General Mkhwanazi appoints General Masemula as Deputy National Commissioner Operations, that later becomes policing. You testify in your affidavit that in 2018, you then, as Major General or as Brigadier, whilst General Mkhwanazi is the Provincial Commissioner and General Masemula is the Deputy National Commissioner in 2018 for policing, you draft the implementation plan for the PKTT. And it is recommended officially by both General Mkhwanazi and General Masemula. In 2022, General Masemula becomes and is appointed the National Commissioner. And at his appointment, he then does similar to you what General Mkhwanazi has done to him when he was acting National Commissioner. And you get appointed as the head of crime intelligence. On provincial level, General Mkhwanazi is responsible for the PKTT and is also the co-chair for the steering committee that should have oversight over the PKTT. On national level, you have General Masimula, who is in control of the National Steering Committee. And you, as the project leader, moved from project coordinator to project leader of the PKTT, and as the head of crime intelligence. Is that an accurate and correct description of the timeline of this relationship centered around the PKTT?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The only part that one has to start by disputing is the colleagues that are brought together by PKTT. There is one factor that is common here. We are committed servants of the people, and we joined the police, and not as a group. We joined the police individually. So, like all other colleagues, including that are seated behind me, colleagues that are all over, that are working for SAPS. So the three of us are not different. We are working for SAPS. The timeline of appointments is not something that is related to us having worked together in one environment before. We have met in one environment, and then we have parted ways, and then we will meet again. So when it comes to the appointments, who's appointed where and when, according to my assessment, it's based on merits, not on who you know. I was categorically clear yesterday that when Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi was deployed in KwaZulu-Natal to go and act as the provincial commissioner, he requested to the National Commissioner, General Stolle, by then, for me to be deployed with him based on my experience, my expertise when it comes to operations, so as then I can assist him during his deployment. So that is based on his understanding of my capabilities when we were working together at the Division Operational Response Services. PKTT is not something that brought us together. There are lots of other projects that we have been involved in, the three of us, other than the PKTT. So it happens that we are in, I will say, the same generation that happens to be in the SAPS at the current moment. But it does not mean that we were glued together from the time we joined the police. As I've indicated, I only met the two of them in 2006 when I moved from the Division Crime Intelligence back to Operational Response Services when I was appointed a Lieutenant Colonel. By then, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi was a brigadier and General Masimula was a Major General. So they were my seniors and we were working, they were working at their level, I was working at my level. So the current situation cannot be applied as something that was planned or was there before. It's only in 2022, end of 2022, when I became a Lieutenant General, and then also General Mkhwanazi is a Lieutenant General, and then National Commissioner was also a Lieutenant General. So it's not the PKTT, it's something that started in 2018. So it is not true that it's a glue that is putting us together.
But you
Thank
do agree that the timeline and the occurrences is correct?
One is failing to understand the importance of timeline in a selective way, like as the honorable member is starting it in 2011, 2012.
Yes.
When I'm starting it at the time when I joined the police, and then individually, so each one of us, the timeline will start at different times.
Yeah.
But the point where we met and we worked together, but at different levels, was in 2006.
Yeah, don't worry, General. I won't make the same mistake you did. I will not make a statement on what I believe that means, because we are still in the process. There will come a time when we will be able to accurately say what that means. But I am just probing to get to that point. So do you confirm that the timelines, however, is correct?
I do confirm that the timeline is correct as narrated by the honorable member, but the reasoning behind, I don't agree.
Yes, like I said, I will not say exactly yet, because we are still probing to get to whatever the truth is around the issue. But this ecosystem that's created around the PKTT, these are strategic positions that the three of you are in to keep it going, to keep it surviving, to the point where the minister was wrong as the chairperson of the IMC not to have the sittings. It's wrong to do that. He was wrong. But the reason why it could continue despite the IMC is because you had the National Steering Committee, you had on provincial level the steering committee with General Mkhwanazi being the co-chair, and then you had yourself. So it could continue until the disbandment. And then it was all systems go, and allegations was made. And today when we ask in the sitting, the proof, you as an investigator with skill, specialized skill, cannot confidently tell the country that these allegations can be backed up. I will rest and say, General, the truth will reveal itself, and everything is not as it seems.
Thank you so much,
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Sultan General. Honorable James.
Thank you so much, Chair. General, please be very concise and to the point. I don't have much time. During your time as head of crime intelligence, how many drug cartels have you dismantled and identified?
I cannot have the exact figure to give, but in terms of our annual performance, we have those figures we can supply.
Just more or less, how many have you identified and successfully dismantled? Because as things stand, it's as if these drug cartels are operating forever and a day in this country.
Yeah, I'll say plus minus 11 or 12 per year. It's not easy to sum up my performance, as I've indicated, and I remember that basically one can say I was able to operate for 1.5 years, and then this disruption came. But we were making some inroads with our takedowns that were seen on the news, hitting the drug post, hitting the intercepting the drugs as they go in and out of the country. But I cannot be able to give the exact number.
Are you able to give us an exact estimate on successful prosecutions of these drug busts that you've taken down?
Also that in most cases, the prosecution will take a very long time because looking at my time as it started in 2023. So the takedowns and the arrests that were effected at the end of those projects towards the end of 2023, those cases, most of them are supposed to be still under prosecution.
Okay. Now this Jerry character that everyone seems to be crying about, he was a drug dealer, right? Not even a drug dealer. He was a drug manufacturer. He was a drug kingpin in South Africa. He was probably part of a cartel. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Were you investigating him? Were you aware that he's a drug manufacturer, or did you only learn this after his disappearance?
Honorable Member, that is part of the information that maybe I feel that the platform is not suitable for me to clearly explain as to the drug cartel involving Ket Matlala and his role, and as to the reasons why he suddenly came up to the level where he is now.
Okay, so basically, because when we asked Mr. Matlala if he was involved in drug trafficking, he said no, only his friend was involved. So you've just clarified that to us today. So he too is involved in the distribution of drugs in all our communities.
That's correct.
So we lied again.
That's correct, Honorable.
Okay. General, also, you know that Gauteng is a hotspot for drug trafficking, okay? Considering your allegation that nearly the entire SAPS in Gauteng is captured by these cartels, I want to ask about an incident that happened in July 2021. I think it was in Aeroton. You mentioned that yesterday that there was a JMPD officer that was also part of the cartel in Kat and Sibia's corner. There was also a JMPD officer that was caught on that day with SAPS members when they had offloaded their truck and on their way off, and it was intercepted by other SAPS members. This JMPD officer that was on this scene, because it was millions of rands of drugs, has he been arrested? Is it the same JMPD officer?
No, it's the second one. But the investigation, it includes even that incident.
Okay, so the investigation includes the Aeroton incident, and that wasn't the first Aeroton incident, it was the second one.
Not the only one.
It's not the only one.
Yes, Honorable.
So you're saying that Mr. Kat Matlala, Jerry, everybody, they all linked?
That is the investigation that we're busy with, as I've said. As and when the time is right, one can come back and give a feedback in terms of where we are now in terms of...
Because as I'm connecting the dots, this stretches to the Durban Harbour where a container was found with cocaine worth, I think 500 million or something to that, and then the second one again. And I'm looking at the people that you mentioned yesterday and this drug bust, it's all linked. And I cannot help but wonder, has any of these people been arrested?
Yesterday, Honorable Chair, I touched on the way our operation was disrupted when we started on the 6th of December. So one will be maybe in a position then to refer to all the names that are under investigation if then we were not disrupted in terms of our plan of these takedowns regarding this whole drug cartel investigation.
Have you alerted the JMPD MMC in Johannesburg? Are you working closely because these are his members?
That is correct. And the reports did go to the office of the MMC as well as the commissioner of police then in Johannesburg.
Feroz Khan, is he part of the cartel?
It's those types of questions that I'm not at liberty to answer with a yes or no, honorable member, based on the ongoing investigation.
Is he a part of the cartel?
Unfortunately, I'll give the same response, honorable member.
Okay. So I guess this is why SAPS is going after Tolani Khumalo in Gauteng, because he's dismantling their operations in Gauteng. Because if we have no one that's attending to the drug issue in our country, and we have ordinary citizens acting, and now they must be handed, give themselves up for dismantling these operations. Is that fair?
If it's true, it's not fair, honorable member. We need to work together. We are clear in terms of the effects of drug or availability of drugs within our communities. Hence, we believe that with this project, we'll be able to make a difference.
And then also going back to your statement that the entire SAPS is captured, I also know that there's been so many irregular appointments in SAPS, and you briefly touched on it yesterday. Is it also part of your responsibility to look into these matters?
One of the responsibilities of the division is to protect the SAPS against any harm. So the irregular appointments are meant then to harm SAPS. Hence, then we are part of the vetting process before the appointments are finalized.
I want to ask you, did you vet General Fani Masemole's nephew that is working in his office? Are you aware that he has family members working in his office? Are you aware that Fani Masemole's right-hand, General Mosekile, has her daughter-in-law, has her daughter working all in the same office?
No, I'm not aware, honorable member.
Okay, so I put it to you that General Mosekile, are you aware that she was also embroiled in a macro incident?
We have the report that talks to that, but again, it's not a matter that we can discuss as it's still under investigation.
Because the reason why I'm saying and mentioning the irregular appointments, because if it's one big family affair in SAPS, this is why we have the entire SAPS captured. Because it's a family affair, and this is why we have drug cartels that continues to make inroads in our communities, because no one's prepared to speak out, because it's a family affair. It's starting from the National Commissioner's office. So that's where we have to start. You cannot have sons, daughters, and nephews working in the offices of national commissioners that hasn't been interviewed, that hasn't been vetted. You are the head of crime intelligence. What are your plans to deal with this crisis in SAPS?
What is contained in my statement, that was only referring to the division crime intelligence, the subset large, and then there are plans that are in place then for a team that will be inclusive of our counterintelligence and vetting sections in terms of identifying all those challenges or threats and deal with them then the correct way.
I want to go back to this question, and I didn't want to belabor this point because it's been asked by my colleagues. From the pool of SAPS members with your analysis and intelligence identified as working for or with these cartels, how many to date has been arrested?
Can I request that the honorable member repeat the question?
Right. The pool of SAPS members that your analysis and intelligence has identified. So your analysis has identified that there's a pool of SAPS members working with cartels. To date, how many has been arrested?
In terms of this particular investigation, one can say we have one so far, and as I indicated, the whole plan of the project was really disrupted from the 6th of December when we were starting with these takedown operations to dismantle the cartel from within and outside SAPS. But we have investigations that are complete, others are almost complete, and then we are continuing with the project.
How many has been suspended?
I won't be able to give the number, honorable member, as that falls outside my scope. Then the Divisional Commissioner, Human Resource Management, will be the one that can be able to give those.
Do you know how many has been subjected to internal disciplinary processes?
I know that there is a process that had started, but still the statistics are with the respective division.
General, I want to ask in closing, do you think that your department is adequately capacitated to deal with the drug cartels and the crime in South Africa?
At the present moment, I can confirm that we are not capacitated at the level where one would wish. It's a pity that then there are these challenges that we come across as we embark on the capacitation of the environment, so as then we are able then to be at the level where we can deal with organized crime. I explained yesterday, honorable member, that maybe the obsession and the focusing on the PKTT is what makes us maybe lose the focus. I was trying yesterday to bring forward the methodology instead of the name that makes us then maybe associate it with the faces of whoever is. There are lots of plans that are included in my affidavit that are implemented by SAPS. And I indicated that this methodology has been approved at different levels for it to be implemented. So it needs just the capacitation. Yesterday, I referred to it as a will from different levels, so as then we can be able to do what we are supposed to do in terms of drug trafficking and usage thereof in our country.
The reason why I pose that question to you, because for as long as we don't conclude on all of these investigations, our country remains under threat by the likes of Ministers General Sipia and Kat Matlalas. So it's important for us to know whether, and also in terms of our recommendations that we meant to do after this report, it's important for us to understand the state of that department. That is very, very important. You agree?
I do agree, Honorable.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable James. I think some of the questions that you have put here, you may have to put them in writing to the respective people, especially those allegations about the appointment of their relatives. I don't think General Khumalo should be answerable to. If there is an allegation that I'm working with my nephew, it must be me who must respond to that allegation. and I think he may have difficulties to respond to that. If there are any names that you have, let's put those questions in writing and forward them to the respective authorities for them to respond.
I'll do so, Chair, and I hear what you're saying, but having family employed, that poses a threat. This is crime intelligence, and crime intelligence is meant to detect threats within
Yeah.
our country. So this is why I'm saying that he should be on top of this. It's not his direct responsibility, but when anything poses a threat in a department, he should be able to pick it up and sort of at least guide.
That is purely HR matter, and the accounting head or the person responsible for human resource.
No, Chair, I disagree with you.
Honorable James, will you do so? Will you forward the questions in writing to the respective authority that must respond?
Yes, I will, but it's not purely an HR function. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Honorable members, we are going to take a 10 minutes break until 12 o'clock. When we come back, I can see that side, the list is exhausted. Honorable Mngango has spoken, Honorable Sauls has spoken, Honorable James has spoken, Honorable Malema and Matthews have spoken. So we are left with Honorable Sangoni, Honorable Ntuli, Honorable Skosana, and Honorable Breitenbach will be the last for the day. In that order. Welcome, Honorable Mkhwanazi. Thank you so much. Can we come back, Honorable Sangoni? When it strikes hour 12, you must be sitting here. Thank you so much.
background to the rank of brigadier? Why did you do that?
No, I did not appoint her,
Okay, who did?
the National Commissioner.
I see. And were you happy with that appointment?
Come again, Honorable.
Were you happy with that appointment?
Very happy
Why?
because she meets all the requirements of the capabilities that we needed for that particular post as a division.
May I ask the parliamentary legal advisor to sit back, please? You're sitting between me and the general. Thank you. And there was no one within the South African Police Service who could fill that role?
That is correct, Honorable Member. The post was advertised internally 2 times, if I'm not mistaken, and then they could not find the suitable candidate.
Okay. There was a 22 million rand boutique hotel acquisition by Crime Intelligence. Why?
It's a question that I'm not legally allowed to answer in a public platform.
I see. You see, I've listened carefully to you all morning. That's been a very, very convenient space for you to hide in. I've got to tell you that, it says something about you. And it's not something good. How long have you been head of Crime Intelligence?
Since December 2022.
And what have you done to reform it?
As
Tell me 3 things you've done to reform it.
As contained in my affidavit, we have looked at the legal framework that we had put in place. We have aligned our activities in terms of the priorities of SAPS, and we are dealing with the issue of capacitation, which is still ongoing.
And how many people that are compromised have you fired?
I won't have the number as of hand, but there are a number of people that we have
Give me
dismissed.
a ballpark figure. 5, 10, 20, 100.
I will say since I was appointed, we can talk around 30.
30.
Yes.
Fired, gone.
Yes.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Chair.
Are you done, Honorable Breitenbach? No, you deserve the chairperson's award. Can we take Honorable Sangon?
Yeah, no.
It's 4 minutes out of 10 that
Fine.
Honorable Breitenbach has taken. So your time now ends at 26 minutes to 1.
Thank you, Chair. And based on that work by Honorable Breitenbach, I'll agree with her all the time. And it doesn't mean that the ANC has captured the DA when I say that. Thank you. Thank you very much, General Khumalo. Good morning. Sorry, I don't think I greeted you today. General Khumalo, let me start off by I think just expressing our appreciation that you have come to the ad hoc committee. We did, understand that you were ill-disposed, and we truly appreciate you being here. And I'm saying that because your testimony is really important to help us close a lot of gaps that were left. My first question to you, General, is, are you involved in a project of state capture?
The response, if the question is in reference to the state capture report, I will say yes, because we are implementing the recommendations that are related to the division. But in terms of me being involved in capturing the state, it's a big no, Honorable.
Okay, so when Advocate Andrea Johnson was here, she testified that that case that was brought against you is not a labor matter. purely a labor matter. She said you are the architect and a key part of a project that is akin to state capture. So she alleges that that appointment was part and parcel of you capturing the state. What would be your response to that, General?
I disagree with the allegations and the statement. The charges relating to my arrest are as a result of me being part of the selection panel that received the already profiled applications from HR department for us then to take them through the selection process that ended up with the recommendations submitted to the committee that then looked at our procedure, whether it was correct or wrong up until the recommendation. So the charges have got nothing to do with the state capture related issues.
Okay, thank you, General. So you did say yesterday that this matter is sub judice, so I don't expect you to speak to the merits in my question. But I'm assuming since you have been charged and maybe there's some discovery of documents that have already been exchanged, is there anything in that case that goes beyond this labor issue that you're talking about? Because we tried to grill Advocate Johnson to understand why she would be chasing you, a whole IDEC, and I think you make that point in your affidavit. Why would they chase you about a labor matter? And she says, oh no, it's classified information, but there's a lot more, there's a lot more. So are you saying to us that there is no a lot more? It is purely a labor matter?
Now that the docket has been then given to us, it's something that we can share with the committee to go through the docket. The only witnesses that are there are the two candidates that did not make it, which is in the form of a grievance statement or procedure in the SAPS. There is nothing else that talks to fraud or corruption.
So would it be your assertion then, General, that Advocate Andrea Johnson lied to this committee?
According to our analysis and assessment with our legal team of the docket itself, it's a pure labor-related matter.
Okay. The second issue, okay, so on the coincidences, Advocate Andrea Johnson was involved there with that docket recall and the letters. Given all of this, General, you said yesterday that you don't look at a crime just in terms of what's done, but you look at motive. What do you believe is the motive of Advocate Andrea Johnson?
Looking at the question that also came up yesterday, whether I concur with Jan Mkhwanazi when he refers to our arrest as a project, I will confirm that based on what we have seen, it is the motive was for the project first to be disrupted, and secondly, the reforms that I am leading the implementation thereof in the division also to be disrupted.
So in essence, given your characterization of the cartels, would you then say you think that Advocate Johnson is part of the cartel?
Not part of the cartel, but one can say based on the suspicions that we have that the arrest was meant to disrupt the project, then we can say it talks to that characteristic of having then the criminal justice being sympathetic to the cartel.
Or enabling, facilitating, okay.
Yes.
General, what is your view on this matter that this whole thing is about a Zulu war, as Mr. Matlala testified? Do you know of any Zulu war? Are you part of a Zulu war?
There is nothing like that we have noticed. There was a question from one of the honorable members that was talking to a cartel or a group of three, which is made up of people from Limpopo and others from KZN, and they did not even grow up together. So the Zulu war story is not something that we know of.
Did you work well with Minister Mkhwanazi within the SAPS when he was still, well, yeah, Minister Mkhwanazi?
When he was the Minister of Police.
He is the minister.
Maybe without wasting time of the honorable member, I will say we were talking with the minister before he was even the Minister of Police. There was investigation undertaken by the PKTT in Nongoma area when there was a killing spree of councillors that was taking place. And that was the time when I first received a call from Minister Mkhwanazi when he was still a Minister of Water and Sanitation. And then coming to the question of working together, one was under the impression that we are still going to find each other. So one cannot be in a position to say we were working together. We had not got an opportunity to really work together.
And then your relationship with General Sibiya, you testified yesterday, so I'm not going to ask you to repeat that. But General Sibiya made an insinuation here that you were insubordinate to him because the Division Criminal Intelligence, if I'm not mistaken, now falls under his responsibility as a Deputy National Commissioner. Your relationship with Sibiya at a professional level, have you been working together? I saw that in your affidavit, you don't even mention him as the DNC in terms of line of command. Can you just explain that to us?
The working relationship, according to my records, is fine. When then he gave that testimony, I went through our WhatsApp communication. From the first day when he was appointed, I was reporting to him each and every activity that we were busy with in our division. And with all the submissions, we will go and brief him first before we go with him to the National Commissioner. And then things changed. That's why I had to do that quick analysis to check as to where did it go wrong. And then I realized that from August 2024, then the communication started then to be, because he will start sending messages that I'm investigating him and the all types of accusations. So the communication changed from operational and professional reporting to accusations, and then it closed the space of professional interaction and reporting up until the December incident up to now.
Okay. Thanks, General. Through your testimony, I think the committee, well, not even just through your testimony, even our own experience, Mr. Matlala is clearly an unreliable witness if he's not a liar. But I'm interested in the allegations that he made against General former Minister Bheki. In the course of your work, have you uncovered anything, or are you investigating those particular allegations? We don't know what to believe anymore when it comes to Mr. Matlala. So have you come across, before Mr. Matlala's testimony, any accusations that Minister Ele would have taken money from Mr. Matlala?
In terms of our investigation, we have not picked that part. We have picked a lot of people that have interacted with Mr. Matlala in terms of exchange of money, but then we have not picked up anything with regards to the former Minister of Police. Yes, in most cases, monies are also exchanged physically in cash, but we also follow those types of activities, but we had not picked up anything so far.
Thanks, General. So the core mandate of this ad hoc committee is really to look at the veracity and the extent of the allegations that General Mkhwanazi said. And I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, General, which are really looking at the veracity of the allegations. I do want to give a preamble that says that Minister Mkhwanazi is sitting at home now. In my understanding, there's two main allegations against Minister Mkhwanazi. One is that he overreached his authority when he gave the directive to disband. And the second one is that he's allegedly a member of a cartel. Now, on the first one about overreach, you testified that the way that the PKT was established is the way it should be disestablished. And you gave us the hierarchy there, where you said the president, the IMC, and then minister, national commissioner. So is it your testimony that besides the fact that the minister did not consult the IMC, it was well within the ambit of the minister to direct, because that is how it would have been formed in the first place?
According to my understanding and my view, the minister did overreach because those are operational powers of the National Commissioner to establish and de-establish the task team. Even the provincial commissioners, they have those powers. So I will make an example of the task team that was established through the directive of the minister in December, when then the minister spoke, did not write an instruction, spoke with the National Commissioner in terms of the Eastern Cape challenges, and then the National Commissioner then established the task team.
Okay, I don't want to belabor this point, so we can pass, but I do want to say everywhere where I look in your affidavit, there's 4 instances of approvals when it comes to the task teams. Whether it is reports, it's a recommendation by National Commissioner, whether it is this establishment plan, it's a recommendation, all the approvals reside with the minister. But I want to move on to the next allegation that is made against the minister. So you testified, General, and I hope I'm not going to use words interchangeably. I don't know the difference between a syndicate and a cartel, and maybe you could just speak to it. But in paragraph 108, you said that Mr. Molefe is a known cartel member. And then I think you then said here he is dealing in drugs. Is he just dealing in drugs, or you believe he's a business person who exerts influence over SAPS officials? Is it part of your tenderpreneurship characterization?
That is correct, Honorable Member.
Now, you then said these cartels are organized criminal networks with clear objectives. General Mkhwanazi then testified before Madlanga that Mr. Matlala and Mr. Molefe were members of the Big Five cartel. Is that your understanding as well?
That's correct.
Okay, what is the relationship link between Mr. Matlala and Mr. Molefe that draws that conclusion that they are a member of this cartel?
In terms of evidence that we have that is going to be placed before court as their matters are consolidated, we will be then at liberty to dwell on that part of evidence.
Okay, I'm asking this because on paragraph 127, you had said that if the National Commissioner had not referred the Jerry Bushukha case to you, Matlala may not have been on your side. So you seized the phone, you analyzed this data. So are you then saying that, well, would it be correct to say that your argument is that there is a cartel based on the information that would have come from Mr. Matlala's phone?
That is correct, Honorable Member. Our investigation, as it's indicated in my statement, that stems from the killing of Mr. Aman Swart. The first person that was identified was Mr. Kati Somolive, whom then we have linked with the killing. And we started then to identify the cartel when we're investigating the motive for the killings. So the ballistic reports assisted us in identifying other cases that went as far as now linking that's why I put it clearly there that Mr. Matlala was brought to us through a tray. We were going to meet him later on when we do the ballistic report that will link the cases where he is a suspect and also Kadisomlife is a suspect. But this case of kidnapping brought him closer to us sooner than expected.
Okay. Now, Minister Mkhwanazi testifies that he knows Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi. However, he has never instructed him to engage with Mr. Matlala. Do you have any evidence to the contrary of what Mr. Mkhwanazi testifies?
The statement makes it very difficult for one to confirm or not.
Sorry, General, that's not my question. I'm saying, do you have any evidence that Minister Mkhwanazi is the one who instructed Brown Mkhwanazi to engage with Kat Matlala?
No, we do not have evidence that says the minister instructed.
The minister and Mr. Matlala, both of them, they testified that they do not know each other, and they even produced an affidavit where it's deposed by Mr. Matlala saying he's never met with the Minister Mkhwanazi, nor does he have any business links with him. Now, do you agree or do you have any evidence to the contrary that Mr. Matlala and Minister Mkhwanazi know each other or have any business dealings with one another?
No, we do not have.
Now, you've shared with us, WhatsApp communication between Mr. Mkhwanazi and Mr. Matlala. I'm trying to figure out, are these messages, which you outline in paragraph 169, are those the messages that lead you to then conclude that Minister Mkhwanazi is a member of the drug cartel?
No, Honorable Chair, through you, the messages are not meant to prove Minister Mkhwanazi being the member of the cartel. The messages that are selected and included in my affidavit, they are part of the events that made us to believe strongly so that the disbandment that happened on the 31st was emanating also from those discussions.
It's a very big belief, General, and I think, I mean, the implications of it you see already, especially on Minister Mkhwanazi. When you were testifying yesterday, you said you do not believe in investigating after you have arrested. Now, you have, or at least General Khumalo and then General Mkhwanazi, then supported by your testimony, you have gone out and accused Minister Mkhwanazi of being part of this cartel, whether he's an enabler, a facilitator, and you said the reason is because he ordered the disbandment of the PKTT. Now, I'm asking you, and I have to ask you because we've asked General Fani Masemula, we've asked General Khumalo, where is the proof, whether it's your messages or anything that says Minister was instructed by Brown Mkhwanazi, Matlala, whoever, to disband the PKTT? Because all the messages that you have shown us, they do not come to that conclusion. There's nothing for us. Where's the smoking gun?
The messages in the investigation, there is what we call direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. So if you look at the events as they are happening, and you look also at the communication in terms of the WhatsApp messages, that's what makes one to have those strong suspicions and a belief.
General Khumalo, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I would understand the concept of circumstantial evidence as much as I understand conjuncture, suppositions, insinuations, allegations, but it's a very, very serious allegation against Minister Mkhwanazi. I've gone through most of the messages that have been put before us from different witnesses, and at no point do I see anybody discussing with Minister Mkhwanazi the disbandment of the PKTT. The closest to it that I see is Brown Mkhwanazi speaking to Matala saying the guys are being disbanded, whatever they say between them. Where does Minister Mkhwanazi enter? Because circumstantial evidence, it can't just be an issue of we looked at these messages and then we have these suspicions. The man has, his career is destroyed, he's sitting at home. At which point does it point directly to Minister Mkhwanazi?
As I've explained, Honorable Member, there is no direct evidence currently, but then the investigations are still ongoing.
But then have you not now arrested or at least accused before you completed your investigation, which you said is against what you set out to do as part of your professional work?
On that answer, on that question, Honorable Member, I'll respond in this format. The allegations that are probed in this committee as well as in the commission are stemming from the press conference. And then there are investigations that are ongoing that are not included either in the press briefing and also, as I indicated yesterday, in the affidavits that are submitted to.
General, do you believe that General Mkhwanazi erred in going out and making such accusations in public against Minister Mkhwanazi when you are still investigating? You have no evidence that you're able to adduce before us that Minister Mkhwanazi is part of a cartel.
No, I don't believe so.
So it's correct to go around and accusing people and saying we're still investigating?
It depends, Honorable Chair, as to the situation as well as the narrative, because the press briefing is not an affidavit. And then the investigations, as there are affidavits that are included.
It's before us, General, both yourselves. You've put affidavits before us. And when we're asking you, where is the evidence to back up the statements that you've put in the affidavit? It can't be that it was a press briefing.
That's what I'm trying to explain, Honorable Member, that there are lots of investigations that are ongoing, stemming or coming from the press briefing.
Okay, thank you very much, General. Maybe just to close off this issue of Minister Mkhwanazi, do you have any communication between Minister Mkhwanazi and Mr. Molefe, the other member of the cartel?
I'm trying to think deep and run through the investigation route as to where one can locate that part of investigation. But in terms of this submission, it's not included, but it is the subject of investigation on the main cases.
Okay, General, I've got 3 minutes left, so if you could please work with me, I'll try to be very quick. Evidence of corruption of the judiciary, if you could just speak to us, because there's a lot of allegations that have been thrown by SEPS as well against the judiciary. What has been done there? And then my final question, in the event I'm not going to come back, what is it going to take to fix these problems at SEP, which some of us believe are linked to personalities, but what will it take? And then do you think you as the top officials of SEPS will ever be able to work together again? Thank you, General.
Thank you, Chair. To work together, maybe starting from the end, reversing, working together, it's still possible, and it has been there for a very long time. And then the current problems started with maybe the new appointments that then did not gel in terms of the work that is supposed to be done from the top management point of view. So I believe it can still be fixed.
Corruption against the judiciary.
In terms of corruption against the judiciary, on our findings so far, we can confirm that there are strong suspicions of the whole of criminal justice system being affected or infiltrated. There are individual investigations that are taking place. I cited a lot of examples yesterday from the Eastern Cape judgment on Namhla case to the bail decision in Gauteng in terms of Pesitau and also Mr. Mlife's continuous bails. So there are investigations that are ongoing in terms of getting evidence, criminal investigation.
Thank you. Chair, maybe through you, may we please request that the committee writes to SEPS and requests the names of the judges that SEPS says are implicated. I don't believe the work of the Ed committee will be complete without that. Thank you. Thank you very much, General.
Thank you so much. And let me reconfirm that your time is only ending now. Because, honorable members, there has been a speaker before Honorable Sangoni took the platform. That was Honorable Breitenbach. I could see that you had forgotten and you think that I'm giving the ANC an undue advantage. We don't work like that. We are men and women. We are men and women of integrity. Yeah. We are men and women of integrity. We have moral standards which we will never lower because they impact on our credibility as individuals. That's how we must be known and that's how we must be respected. Can I take the Chief Whip?
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, colleagues, and good morning, General. General, I just want us to talk to money matters, General. One of the reasons that were advanced by the Minister with regard to his decision for the PKTT to be disbanded was the issue of the budget, that it was taking a lot of money. But there's a sense that maybe some of the money could not be properly justified. Let me just give you an example and then you'll comment. For instance, we have it on record, having listened to many witnesses who came before us, including your CFO, that for a period of 5 years, up to 2025, February 2025, you have already spent over 100 million rands on overtime. And it's broken down in the following way: 2018, 19, 17 million, 19 and 20, 26 million. Maybe when you comment, you'll also indicate why does it fluctuate the way it does. 2020 to 2021 is 21 million. 2021 to 2022 is 14 million. 2022 to 2023 is 15. 23-24 is 3.6, and then the last one is 13 million. What is your comment on that?
Right. Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members. My comment first on the reason of the expenditure of the PKTT as one of the reasons for the disbandment will be first based on the deduction that it's an afterthought reason that came very late without the engagement that was supposed to take place from within SAPS, so as we are able to explain and account to the minister in terms of expenditure. The expenditure as presented by the CFO, mainly focusing on overtime, doing the analysis of, let me confirm the fluctuation thereof, but doing the analysis for the previous 6 to 7 years or the whole period of existence of the task team, the overtime expenditure will fluctuate based on the number of cases that are allocated to the team. There is a time, although I won't remember exactly, when there was a discussion in terms of increasing the allocation of overtime budget based on the reason that the team, especially the investigating officers, the number remained the same. Now, once you have more cases that are now at court, it means the same investigating officers are spending their 7 to 4 time sitting at high courts for 2 to 3 weeks to 3 months when the matter is there. That will force then the investigation of the new cases to be done after hours and over weekends. That there is a time when one can have access to that fluctuation where the overtime increased because of that reason.
So is there a clearly spell out procedure which you have that properly regulates the way in which this overtime payment are being done?
Yes, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, the overtime allocation will be estimated in the budget, and thereafter, the cost center, the current cost center for the PKTT is KwaZulu-Natal province, head of finance. So each commander of the team will apply for certain hours of overtime to the MAJOC commander, giving reasons and duties that will be performed after hours or over the weekend by those members. And that application will go out of the task team, will go to the finance section of the province, KZN, for approval. So that is the standard procedure that is in place in order to put controls that the PKTT operators or management are not both the player and the referee, in the fact that they approve the duties and they also approve the overtime. So they will approve the duties to be performed after hours or over the weekend and submit to finance in KZN for them then to approve. And that approval first gets the recommendation by the provincial finance head, and then it will go to the deputy provincial commissioner crime detection for final approval. That is the standard procedure.
Okay. Gerald, what is meant by, in your budget items, there's something that is called cell phones, consumables, and section 205. Maybe I'll understand the consumables being the airtime, data, and all of that. But what is meant by 205, section 205?
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members. It's a short word that talks to each and every investigation will need then the part of the investigation talks to the application of communication data to the service providers. So that expenditure is for, I can't remember which service provider, I think it's Telkom, that is selling us as the police or as government that information. Others then are giving it for free, but then you need to provide consumables like the discs to save those bulks of communication data.
But the cell phones, they are not procured annually. So, or they are procured annually. So if I'm a member of a PKTT, I have to make use of a cell phone and you give me today. Are you giving me another one next year, or I have to remain with the same phone?
No, that's a consumable based on the monthly fees that are paid on a contract.
Not the handset.
Not the handset.
Okay. In your affidavit, General, you are arguing that beside the PKTT, there are other task teams which are in existence and also using a lot of money. I think you made an example with the wine on mining, about which you said so far it has probably used close to or just above 1.1 billion. Now, and you are saying if the concerns of the minister were really about the money being used, he should have considered that as one of the task team. And they are also saying he, the minister himself, created another task team in December, which had to deal with taxi violence in the Eastern Cape or somewhere. But the main contention there, your argument, is that therefore, because of those reasons, you believe that it was not appropriate for the minister to use the cost of the PKTT as one of the reasons for him to suggest that it must be disbanded. What is your understanding of, let me put it in this way. The state can allocate me R1 billion as an example, and I account for it effectively and convincingly such that AG and all state institutions are happy, but then give you 100,000 rand and you fail to account for it. Let's not deal with the value for money, but just accountability. You are unable to account for it. Don't you think that the minister might be having a cogent argument in relation to the method and the way in which the money for PKTT is being or has been accounted for compared to these other ones? Never mind the figures, which may be more or less the same or even one being above.
Yes. No, thank you so much, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members. The reason why we are scrutinizing, I scrutinized that reason for my affidavit was firstly to show that it is my belief that it's not true when you refer to the political killings task team. The budgets for all the interventions are assigned to the particular cost center that is responsible for accounting for each and every cent. So the CFO is the chief of all the cost centers. And then the CFO's office is doing the continuous monitoring and making those that are running the cost centers to account. So the expenditure by the political killings task team is not different from the expenditure from any other task team. The scores are the same for accommodation, for meals, for S&T allowance, for overtime is the same throughout. And the central cost center in Pretoria is the one that is monitoring then the expenditure by these task team. So the PKTT is not a standalone team that is spending this money differently or treated differently or giving the money. No, the expenditure and the scores are the same across the task teams. The reason why we are flagging the new task team for December that was initiated during the tenure of the minister, firstly, was to show that the task team approach is not something that you can get rid of. Task teams will always be needed as and when there is a need, where you need to attend to a problem that needs the task team approach. Secondly, then was to show that the expenditure cannot be the reason, because the expenditure of PKTT, irrespective of the amounts, is not different from the expenditure by any other task team.
So General, maybe to make it easier for somebody like me who's external, the amount of money paid for a member per hour on overtime is the same across the board. The distinction may be the frequency and the number of hours. That's what you're saying.
That is very correct. The task team does not have a separate dispensation. Task team members are treated the same as all other government employees in terms of overtime tariffs. The difference might be hours.
So where we witness a jump on the budget, fluctuation on the budget, what is the best way for us to understand that? How do we explain it, or how would you explain it to us? Where there's that fluctuation I was reading from 17 million rand at some point to 26 million rand.
Yes. As I've tried to explain, Honorable Chair, honorable members, that the fluctuation might be necessitated by different factors. It's either there are new allocations of dockets that will need additional investigating officers to be called up to beef up. That will increase then the budget, or the very same capacity that is there as the need arises. And of late, most of the investigation is done after hours as well as over weekends for all cases that are still under investigation, because most of the cases are at trial stage, and the members, they spend most of their time at courts during the day, Monday to Friday.
Okay. Now I want to go to 114 of your statement. You don't have to quote the general. I'll remind you, and this is a small issue. Lieutenant General Mboto's office had received an inquiry from an individual that members of the DPCI were conducting an operation at the residence of Mr. Katiso. Who was the individual? The individual claiming. Have you ascertained who was that individual?
That is coming through you, Chair. That is coming from Brigadier Mkhwanazi's affidavit, who then I think Captain Kruger, according to Captain Kruger, he was told by Brigadier Mkhwana over the phone and advised that DIVCOM, Lieutenant General Mboto's office had received an inquiry from an individual claiming to be members of the DPCI. So it's a long chain of hearsay. Then the individual that would have called General Mboto, according to our investigation on that chain, is the former national head, who is the one who then informed General Mboto to attend to that complaint.
Okay. I'm not sure whether you have made any comment anywhere else, but in your affidavit, you're making references to Officer Mokhatle. You remember the Mokhatle from JMPD. What do you make of that character?
The character, based on our investigation up to so far, talks to those members that are close to the high-profile criminals, and sometimes also I referred to this new phenomena of our junior members moonlighting to boost their income. I think as part of evidence, which is included in his own affidavit, there is somewhere where he says he also provides services of licensing the vehicles of Mr. Mlife, and then he will get 500 rands per car. So there are different services that one is deducting from his affidavit that he is providing, like the services he provided on that day, on the 6th, when he drove with him to look for the suspicious vehicle, circulate, identify it, and give that information back to Mr. Mlife. That will be then maybe for a particular price.
Okay. On your statement, on paragraph 237, there's a very interesting line there, General. It says, leaving the suspicion, the last sentence, leaving the suspicion of the PKTT's mistaken identity. It's on page 74, paragraph 237 of your statement. The last sentence there, it says, leaving the suspicion of the PKTT's mistaken identity. So my question, what does that phrase mean? And the second question would be, do you think that the minister acted consciously to aid or in support of the nefarious activities of other people that wanted to do certain things that are wrong, or the minister might have acted in good faith, unknown to him that his actions were at the service of other forces with wrong intentions?
When the disbandment letter came out with a reason, I think there is only one reason that is provided there. One then would stick with the suspicions of PKTT's mistaken identity coming from the fact that the minister might have acted then based on those wrong advices from people that wanted the PKTT to be disbanded. But the afterthought reasons then are raising the suspicions of acting knowingly, because now all the reasons are not holding up according to our understanding as people that were involved in the project itself, leaving then confirming that suspicion that the PKTT was mistakenly identified as the team that is investigating the cartel, which was not correct.
Okay. When we listen to General Pasani, the former National Commissioner, one of the assertions he made was that he believes that there should be a distinction between a person who is your substantive role and the one who heads the operational task of the PKTT. What is your comment on that? His view was that this should not be the same person. What's your take on that?
I will not agree with that assertion if it's without the reasonable reason. Up to so far, I look at that assertion as being personal, because there has been nothing wrong with myself or anyone else having those added responsibilities, as it's the case with most of the senior management in the police. You are appointed as the head of a particular component, and then you are assigned, and then other temporal duties that you need also to perform.
As a divisional commissioner responsible for crime intelligence, I would imagine that is a strategic responsibility which requires you to provide a strategic direction for the country in its entirety. Without having been a police officer, because I haven't been, I'm assuming that that should be a very demanding charge responsibility on its own. And then you have this other role of a PKTT coordinator, which I suspect is operational. To what extent does that leave you with sufficient time to respond to the strategic responsibilities you have at that level when you are also seized and engaged with operational matters of the PKTT?
Thank you, Chair. Maybe then this is the opportunity for me to further expand on why I believe that that assertion is personalized. I explained the methodology of the PKTT, and according to my understanding, the appointment of myself as a divisional commissioner I believe it's a huge responsibility, and I've delivered and I'm still delivering to the best of my ability. The issue of the continuation from my side to coordinate was a conscious decision taken by the National Commissioner. It was discussed at length when I was appointed. I am not, there was a time when I was full-time in the task team. After my appointment, I'm no longer full-time and I'm not doing anything other than receiving the reports and making sure that the methodology is still implemented accordingly. So my involvement is with the name, if I may put it, only. There is no day-to-day work that I am performing there. And there are capable commanders there that have clear understanding of the methodology. So there is no need. I believe that the reason why the National Commissioner took that decision is because of his previous experiences. There are other interventions that I've coordinated. The Operation Rhino, wild trafficking project that I coordinated in 3 provinces. Soon after my withdrawal, it died the natural death. It's dead. But the idea was for it to be sustained by 3 provinces. And there are a number of other national interventions that have suffered the same fate. I take it that the National Commissioner, as the accounting officer, took that decision for me to remain a coordinator because the commanders that are there, they are still aware that they are implementing the methodology and there is a coordinator who's monitoring them.
Last question, General. Have you, as the top brass of the police, have you had an opportunity to reflect on how best to replicate or to take some of the what you believe are brilliant skills or coordination that has been with the PKTT and various other law enforcement agencies and replicate it at a national level? Have you thought about how can it be done in such a way that, one, will be cost effective, but secondly, the skills and the capability which you believe has been outstanding on the part of the PKTT can also be adapted to the rest of the country to deal with issues of the similar nature? Thanks, Chair. Thanks, General.
Thank you, Chair. There's been numerous attempts. Maybe let me start by saying we have been recommending that for a very long time. And there's been numerous attempts to discuss and implement that. There was a period when there was an instruction that each province must send between 5 or 6 members to the PKTT to learn the methodology. Indeed, it happened. We welcomed members from all 9 provinces, and they were given the theory during the night, and then during the day, they will go out for practicals with the PKTT members. It was well and good. But as soon as they went back, the instruction was, then implement what we have learned. The problem that we have is there are no Khumalos in these 9 provinces who believe in this methodology, because this methodology needs the support from senior level. Now, when these junior members, I still receive calls even today from some of those members that were trained and they believe in this, but then their commanders, then they believe otherwise.
Thank you so much. Honorable Skosana.
So Khumalo, you're saying each province must have a Khumalo why?
Thank you very much. Hello. Which is General Khumalo.
Just also say it, Skosana, Chief Whip, in case you are
ngithokoze Khumalo. Ngithoma mhlawumbe ngokukubuza into ezinenganyana lapha ku-issue ye-IDEC. Kodwa ngifuna uku-assure the issue of the Minister of Police being his life being in disarray. I don't think it's true, because the minister still enjoys the benefits of the parliament, because he's on a suspended leave, he's getting his salary, he's got bodyguards, he's better off. In fact, it's a perversity of justice as far as we are concerned as Mkhwanazi, that the president has erred in that. But I'll start by saying the issue of IDEC. Who arrested you?
It was a team from IDEC led by a senior investigator, Sunil.
Is this the same individual previously mentioned being part of the alleged rock unit at IDEC?
Yes, based on the evidence or discussions that have followed, yes.
Honorable James reportedly mentioned to Andre Johnson, the IDEC head. Do you agree that maybe the rock unit is operating with IDEC? Or that institution is not independent? Or is compromised?
Based on our experiences of late, we agree. I agree. I personally agree.
Thank you.
That's the case.
You mentioned that you were prosecuted by IDEC. This unit was reportedly granted powers to conduct inquiries, gathering information, open cases, investigate and prosecute. In your view, should we as lawmakers review that?
Thank you, Chair. I strongly believe that that particular section needs to be reviewed, if not that act as a whole, because then it makes it easier for the institution to be used in situations like the one we are facing.
Honorable Cameron raised concern about the alleged takeover of the security clusters by Khan of the Crime Intelligence, Sibia, SAPS National DNC, Sisoko, Deputy Head of IDEC, Advocate Patpoi, Head of NPA. In the light of this development, would you say that your arrest and the Mkhwanazi media briefing ultimately proven to be a blessing for this country?
One have to agree, because as I was narrating the timeline yesterday, because of time, I could not get to the finishing line to say I'm arrested. We are arrested on the 26th, 27th of June. And then there is a press briefing on the 6th of July. Today we are here.
Thank you, General. In their own admission, when I asked Advocate George Johnson about the participation on the interview of her husband. And point scoring process involving her husband to be appointed as the crime intelligence. What's your view on that, in short? By failing, let me just finish it by saying, by failing to recuse herself, she improperly influenced the outcome, creating a clear conflict of interest and breaching her duty of impartiality. That constitutes serious misconduct and abuse of authority and may attract internal disciplinary action or manipulation if is proven as a criminal liability. Do you agree with me on that?
I do agree, it's highly irregular.
There was definitely a breach of fiduciary duties, yet you were not criminally charged on HR matters before the internal process. Do you need any help, from anyone in that regard, according to you, in terms of how you were arrested?
What we have been taken through the processes, because we are not different from other employees of SAPS. We have been temporarily transferred out of the environment, and then there's been investigation departmentally conducted, and we have been cleared. When it comes to the criminal part, we have successfully opposed the bail condition that, according to us, was encroaching to the departmental processes, which was like suspending us indirectly. That says we must not go back to the offices. So we have successfully fought that part. The only part that is remaining now is for us to go on trial. We'll appreciate that opportunity to go on trial and listen to the evidence led, and then we defend ourselves.
Coming to the issue of Brigadier Mkhwanazi, you said that he took food and clothes to Katiso Molefe while she was in custody. Is that true?
That is correct. We have affidavits and evidence talking to that.
Is Brigadier Mkhwanazi charged as we speak here?
I won't be in a position to confirm the HR-related processes. From our side, we submit reports to the accounting officer, and then the accounting officer then will deal with those reports the normal way, like referring them to the HR department to institute actions.
Don't you think that it would be fair that Brigadier Mkhwanazi should be in charge for what he did?
Everybody who, according to our information and evidence, interfered and is still interfering with our operations needs to be charged, both departmentally and criminally. And there are investigations that are ongoing, because the interference has not stopped. It's continuing every day.
Coming to, I know that this matter is in court. The Senzomayiwa case investigation, it was intelligently driven investigation, am I right?
Not sure, honorable member, because I was not involved in that investigation of Senzomayiwa case.
So the issue of Ininza, you don't know, it was not approved by you?
No, it was before my time.
Now that we know that a country relationship, a corrupt relationship with EMPD, the issue which you've spoken about and is on your affidavit, that a JPE member, I think Mkhwanazi, is taking 500 rand from Mr. Mulife for registering cars. Did you charge Mkhwanazi for that? Because that's criminal.
The process, so far, we have submitted the report to the department, which is JMPD. From our side, that is one of the dockets that are with the NPA for decision.
I guess there's negligence and indolence as far as these matters are concerned, in a sense that they drag for too long, because our people, abantu angibeke ngesikhethu, abantu ekhaya bayacomplaina ngokuthi mhlambe imraro le eyenza ukuthi kube nongwarangwarana, kusho ukuthi mangikhuluma ngongwarangwarana kusho ukuthi kuna these personality clashes between the security clusters, in a sense that abantu abasana confidence ngendlela izinto ziragwa ngakhona la ekhaya ngikhuluma ngekhaya ngikhuluma ngeSouth Africa ukuthi when it comes to the judiciary, in fact one member, unfortunately, we spoke about the issue of the judiciary for a very long time. He's been complaining for years that the judiciary is corrupt, the judiciary is captured. And as we sit here, we know today that there's one judge who's on bail in the issue of Usandlane. I think it's a church-related matter. But she's not the only one. And I guess that as a core committee, it's not about you, General, on this one. We have to take a decision on that matter because we can't make allegations and it ends as allegations. I know that Nina njengabantu abantu kanjalo aba responsible for the safety of South African citizens. There's nothing wrong of what we did, and I'm going back to that issue of the minister, because we have to connect the dot. The court will decide whether a writing an investigation of what, or let me put it, your findings, whether we are correct, is not upon you. Your job is to investigate. And hence I'm saying to you, there's nothing wrong of what you guys did when it comes to the issue of the minister, because the issue of disbandment as well, whether Mkhwanazi, Ket Matlala, and General Sibia were, according to the statement which you put before us, for me, from where we are sitting as Mkhwanazi, we believe that there's nothing wrong which was committed by you as an investigating officer or any state agents, because those are investigations. You haven't charged the minister as yet. The court will decide. And hence I was saying to you earlier, there's nothing wrong with that. But coming to this General, I'm going to pose a few questions for you as well. I'm going to say to you, because I don't want, in fact, let me just leave the matter of this PKTT, because we traversed that matter on several occasions with different witnesses here, and my colleagues have done so earlier. But I can't ignore it, because you remember that in March 2024, given that the IMC was not briefed, can you help us to understand what does it mean for the minister without consulting SSA, because remember, it was not only the only SAFs. In one way, was the minister correct to disband the PKTT without these other agencies?
As per my response in my affidavit, I will still maintain that according to my view, it was not correct for the minister to disband the PKTT the way it was disbanded.
I will agree with you on that, because when you look at KZN, I look at your statements here, the killings of traditional leaders and political activists. And besides that, there was a task team which was established, I think a month earlier, before this task team was disbanded, which for me means that there was an ulterior motive. But the court will give us the facts if we are right, as this matter is still an ongoing matter. On page 207, when you refer to a provincial commissioner who instructed Brigadier Nkwachu to retrieve the dockets in relating to the investigation into Mr. Katiso Molefe, are you referring to the provincial commissioner of Gauteng?
Yes, that is correct.
Is that a normal procedure for a provincial commissioner to intervene, specific with criminal dockets, to the extent of even threatening a member of SAPS and intimidating them to take action on what seems to be an operational questionable instruction, as you agree that I'm not sure, let me not put weight into it. Is it correct for the provincial commissioner to do that?
It is for that reason, Honorable Chair, we included that on our timeline that is raising suspicions, because there are lots of unfamiliar actions that are coming then on that instruction of the 16th of April. The provincial commissioner is supposed to do that through the deputy provincial commissioner responsible for crime detection.
In relation to Matlala's phone, I want to, I think, try to find out about this because Advocate Johnson was here. Did Advocate Johnson lie to the committee? Let me say this on record. When she gave evidence that the phone was tampered with, why do you think she will come here and mislead the committee? And what motive, in your view, was he trying to get from the committee here?
The assertion by the head of IDEC made one to grow in the suspicions of the whole event. As I was narrating, we were busy with the downloading of the phones, but then the pressure that we received through the National Commission from IDEC to hand over the phones. Up until today, we do not know which investigation IDEC was busy with. So that also adds in our suspicions that the reason might be wanting to know what is it that we know, sent by someone, because hence the phones were quickly, the poor DFI complying with the instructions from the national commissioners and heads of IDEX. That's why the phones had to package without switching them off, because it was, but up until today, the only thing that I instructed, that I had power to do, I said, investigating officer and the commander, you sit, you don't get out of the room when they download. Until they were done, they must reseal in front of you and hand. It happened within 2-3 hours. But that raised suspicions from us as to what was the reason. Somewhere in other circles, there is a question, what is the rush? Because if you have been investigating Ket Matlala and you hear that there is a team that has charged him and they are in possession of his phones and they are still working on his phones, why can't you wait and thereafter you request? So it's those facts that makes us include issues like that in my affidavit.
Ket Matlala mentioned several people, when we visited him at the Khoshimamburu, that he was close to both General Shibiri, General Sibia. He then said General Sibia is the most powerful job at SARS because he's able to redirect any target. Is that true?
It's a misinformation, and and misplaced, or it does not have those powers to redirect any docket. As a Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection, he is responsible for the policies as well as to ensure that that function takes place. But people that are owning the dockets starting from lower level, first is the station commander. That's why then each and every case is given the station name. And then from there is the district commander to the provincial commissioner. At national level, we do not have a police station. There is no case numbers for as divisions.
So in other words, with those 121 dockets, General Sibia was completely wrong to have ordered those dockets to where they were kept for 5 months.
In my view, yes.
Before Jerry Bukhochi was taken, we are told that there was an argument. Where is that matter? Because we are told Jerry Bukhochi is still not found as we speak here.
As I highlighted during my evidence yesterday, that the team has recently got back the docket. Then the team then is in the process of attempting to revive the investigation that was done up until the 6th of December 2024 in order then, one, to find the victim of kidnapping and also to find those responsible.
Now, the wife of Jerry Bukhochi, I'm not sure whether did you get the WhatsApp, the voice note which she sent to say the husband is crying for help. Did you ever get such a thing?
I think I got a report from the team summarizing that WhatsApp on their reports.
Yesterday, and I think in your submission, you spoke about Mashele, you spoke about the house, which you said that Mashale, in fact, is a Dinsrangel former member of SAPS as well. Am I right?
That's correct.
Now, you said that there's a group of former policemen and women in the WhatsApp group elsewhere. Am I right?
That's correct.
Most of those people, in fact, because there are many, maybe you can't name them. And you said that there's a parallel a team in some of the investigation, which is improper. Am I right if I heard you well?
That's correct.
Now, I'm going back to where I was earlier. The arrest of Mulife. You said that there was an helicopter roving around. Was that from your division or was it from it was from the other division, DPCI?
The helicopter was from the structure that is in Gauteng provincial government, and it is then have the direct links and memorandum of understanding with DPCI. So we learned that after then our investigation, we got this affidavit from the pilot. We got the affidavit from the one who activated the pilot. That's when then we became aware that even the helicopter was activated from the DPCI route.
Now, why was who's this guy? I think is it Mokhatle? the one we spoke about from JPMD, what was his interest in the matter of Molefe, in your view? And why there were so many security state agents when Molefe was arrested?
Firstly, according to our understanding, after the whole event, we looked at officer from JMPD as a go-to guy who is providing then information as quickly as possible for Molefe if there is something suspicious. And he confirmed that he is very close to him. That is Officer Mohale confirming. So the whole festivities that happened during that day and during that operation, it opened our eyes, and we are just lucky, maybe if I may put it, because in terms of our planning, we did not foresee what happened. We had very few members there that were outnumbered by the sympathizers, private persons, the security detail of Molefe, and the DPCI contingents and the helicopters and so we were just lucky that there is somewhere in my statement, my affidavit, when I say if it was not for PKTT, Katiso Molefe will not have been arrested. Fortunately for us, in the PKTT, we have assembled and trained a team that is very capable of doing whatever that needs to be done.
Ngifuna ukuthokoza no ngisesenama minute nyana 4. Let me just finish it off by saying uthe uthi sekuna 2 ukhipha 2. Mara ngifuna ukuthi ke General Khumalo and your team, I know ukuthi this matter, it's like any other matter. South Africans, abantu bekhaya apha, they are very disappointed the way ngendlela ezinye izinto ziragwa ngakhona. Isho ukuthi i-issue, I know bathi ngizaba isiceda mzini. I-issue ka Senzomeyiwa noma ise court nje. Sibonile siyabona. Umakhe is crying. Uyalila umntanakhe. Ukuthi tot namhlanje akahelebheki noma indaba leyise court because ngathi babona ngathi amapolisa idocket leya bayimorosa. Ngamanye amagama kube ne-interference when it comes to idocket. I know ukuthi ngu-divisional head we-crime intelligence, nguwe ophethe i-crime intelligence. And akunento ongayenza, you can't interfere in that matter. Mara ngibawa ukuthi udlulise ngoba ngayidlulisa into le ku-commissioner. Ukuthi amapolisa sewabawa ngoba abantu bekhaya apha bathembele kiwo for ukuthi bacale into zabo. Kungaba kuhle ukuthi kiyo wonke ama-case akhona akhakha basiphathe kuhle ngoba sithindeke kakhulu izolo masizwa uthi almost 90% yamapolisa eGauteng akhona endweni ezithinteka nalabantu abenza izinto ezirong. Ingebengu nabantu laba aba-extort abantu nje abenza izinto eziphumile ezingekho emthethweni. Lethu lokugcina lithi akunento wrong amapolisa enikwenzako because remember manibopha umuntu ama-allegations lawa khona ikhotho ezayenza into leyo. In other words, I'm saying there's nothing wrong about, I want to emphasize that. I've got nothing against the Minister of Police. It's not personal, but there's nothing wrong as far as we are concerned as Mkhwanazi, up to what we have seen now. ngoba uGeneral Mkhwanazi ngezi-6 zangoJuly anginento wrong ayenzako usivula amehlo sonke and sibawa ukuthi nimhelebhe nibe nesibindi akukho lula ukuthi ingihuluphelo zabantu abanzima in this country, the wishes of our people and their dreams must not be in vain. Ngoba sithembele kunina ngaphandle kwenu asikakaphephi. Ngalawo magama ngithi man nibambe la nibambe khona ngiyangithokoza ngithokoze emgcinisihlalo.
Thank you so much, Honorable Skosana. But muja morago ke kgosi. Sometimes we tolerate you as the last speaker, hoping that you will say the last word and you end up taking a minute. Before we conclude, we are going to give to Advocate Arens. I just want to check one or two things with you, General. Advocate Batoi, when she was here, she said to us that the reason why investigations could have been jeopardized in the Senzo Mewa case was because there were multiple teams from the SAPS that went there doing parallel investigations on one case. And you say to us here that when you were dealing with one case, there was a situation where the Deputy National Commissioner also appointed a parallel team to go and work on the same case, and eventually the docket was even taken away from the other team. Did I hear you correctly?
That's correct, Honorable Chair.
How rife is such a practice on cases? Because now we have more than one cases where something like that happens, where you have parallel teams investigating on the same cases. How rife is that in the SAPS?
Thank you, Chair. That is very rife. The investigation has become now an opportunity to do wrong things, depending as to especially the high profile investigations, because there might be a team that wants to get in so as then they further their negative objectives of extorting monies from those that are or might be responsible. So that is rife. Hence, the methodology of the PKTT, as I've been explaining it yesterday, there is only one investigating officer and the rest are experts, and they are all owning that docket. One of the reasons why it's not easy for us to implement this methodology that will help on the issue that Chairperson is raising is it makes the chances of corruption, this approach makes the chances of corruption to be very slim, because there is no IO who's owning the docket. The docket is owned. In fact, the accusations that I've received is I give the dockets to people that are not investigating officers. The docket remains with the analysts that are unpacking it every day. When the IO comes back with a statement, they take that statement and then they analyze it against all the evidence that they have in their respective analysis fields. So the docket is owned by the whole team, is not owned by. So Khumalo is a problem with the PKTT because this methodology that is implementing makes it impossible then for that tendency of removing the dockets to whichever team that you will want.
So the involvement of this supernumeraries, because I mean, you can imagine once you have more than one team, it means the numbers are unnecessarily bloated in one case. So the involvement of this supernumeraries is driven by a more than sufficient interest in the case.
That is correct, Honorable Chair, because it happens on mainly the high-profile investigations or high-profile cases. Hence, then, I will also add, Chair, that the comments that are talking to what is Khumalo doing, because he's the divisional commissioner, doing in the particular investigation. And if you get those questions coming from the leaders of the institutions, and then one suspects that it's because there are lots of dockets that if they fall on the way of Khumalo's methodology, then all the truth will come out.
So in cases where supernumeraries have been involved, what has been the rate of success?
On the high profile?
Yeah. Because you can see now the picture you are giving us here that there is competing interest from members of the SAPS themselves. So how does that impact on the success of the case? I'm here looking for justice. Yourselves in the office are jostling for space in my case. What is the prospect? What have been the prospects of success in cases like in such high-profile cases?
The chances are very slim, or if they are successes and they will be having challenges like in the case referred to by the honorable member, the Senzo Meiwa case. So the chances are very slender.
So the victims becomes, number one, the victims of a crime committed against them. And number two, they become victims of sinister motives by SAPS officials.
That is correct.
Can we attribute the reasons why it has taken us so long in the Senzo Meiwa case to practices like those?
It's very possible because as the information on hand points towards the involvement of many teams in that investigation from the beginning.
And in the case where you were involved, where the deputy commissioner appointed a parallel team, how has that affected the work of that team?
I pointed it out, Chairperson, Honorable Chair, that we were starting with the operationalization of the intelligence and evidence that we had on hand on the 6th of December 2024. Now, when then we were halted, and then it affected the investigation because now after almost after a year, that docket is coming back And then we have to go back and check as to what is it that is still there. It's like starting from scratch.
Honorable James has asked you about the 2021 case at the Durban Harbour, where a container with a consignment of about 500 million or more was detected by the police. Do you still remember that incident?
Yes, I do, Honorable Chair.
Did I hear you properly that the consignment from the container was offloaded by SAPS officials?
It was the statement by the honorable member, but I concurred with her in terms of the reports that we have.
You are concurring with the statement that she made,
Yes, sir.
and that the consignment was transported from Durban to Johannesburg.
Yes, we confirm.
Okay, and then in the position, because it's 5 years now since 2021, maybe 4 years and some months to complete 5 years. In the position that you are as the divisional head of intelligence, can I assume that you know those people who, or any person who would have been in that position before you? Can I assume that those officials who offloaded the consignment and transported it from Durban to Johannesburg are known in the SAPS or to the authorities? Can I make that assumption?
Yes, we can make that assumption, Honorable Chair.
And then are those officials still in the employ of the SAPS?
It's very possible, Honorable Chair.
Okay. Yeah, it's a very, very difficult one. Yeah. Okay, no, it's fine. Let's move to the next point. And this one here was made by yourself when you were responding to some questions raised by Honorable Sangon. You say that we have picked a lot of people that have interacted with Mr. Matala on exchange of money. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Among those people that you have picked are the SAPS officials.
That is correct, Honorable Chair.
And amongst those SAPS officials, would there be those that would have received money from Mr. Matala?
That is correct.
And these officials, in the position where you are, or anybody who would have been in this position that you currently are incumbent, would have reported to the SAPS authorities that, because my assumption is that when you do intelligence work, you don't do it for yourself or your family. You don't compile reports. There is somewhere where those reports go. And obviously the authorities that are reported to have this information about these officials who transported a cocaine consignment from Durban to Johannesburg, they know about another set of officials who will call and say, hey, Menier man, hey, go to Shenyana, man. And then the authorities know about these activities, to your knowledge, or are there still reports that are being compiled which will be sent for the attention of the authorities? But for sure, my assumption is that in part or in parts, some information has already gone through to the authorities.
That's what I can confirm, Honorable Chair, that from our investigation that we're busy with, based on my statement that the chairperson referred to, there are reports that have been submitted already on some of the individuals to the respective principals.
Now, let me talk to your conscience now, because when she asked you a question here about any possibilities or prospects of you working together in the SAPS, you said, yeah, no, we still have a chance that we can work together. Out of conscience, let's say you put a helmet of integrity on your head and a badge of conscience on your chest. Can you walk into a boardroom of the SAPS and draw a strategic plan for the SAPS with me that you know that this is a confirmed criminal?
It has been happening like that, Chairperson.
I want to know, can you walk conscientiously into that boardroom? Look, the reports are there with the authorities. It might have been you or your predecessor or any other person. You have compiled reports to say, this is what is happening. We have evidence. We present it before you. Then an honorable member of parliament said, General Khumalo, is there still an opportunity for you as the leadership of the SAPS to work together and salvage this institution and make it an institution of choice or a servant of the people of South Africa? You said yes.
Yes.
So now, as a conscious citizen or an employee working for a government that seeks to achieve developmental objectives, how do you consciously walk into a lion's den? You know there is a mother, a voiceless mother, vulnerable, who does not have anybody to stand for her. With the information that you have, you know who killed her child. And the person who killed that child or people who are in cahoots with those criminals, they sit at the highest echelon and plan a strategic, what do you call this, APP, an annual performance plan of a department, and say, this is how we are going to fight crime as the SAPS in the country. How do you, General Khumalo, how do you consciously walk in such corridors?
Thank you, Chair. What makes me to respond positively was because one looks at these processes that are currently on and the stance that some of us have taken, that if we can then resolve these issues and we remove those that we have identified as being then on that other wrong side, we are still positive that we can turn the corner.
I'm asking you the last two questions. First of the last will be, how long, or based on your observation or assessment of the way the SAPS currently operates, how long, if we were to leave everything to yourselves as the SAPS without any intervention from the executive or parliament, how long would it take for the SAPS to deal with these rogue elements within itself? Or is there any opportunity that by itself, without anybody's intervention, is there any opportunity that the SAPS can deal with these virulent elements?
It's not easy to determine the timelines, Honorable Chair, because it's a process. If the matter has to follow the criminal route, we have been talking to the criminal justice system And there are these parallel structures throughout the criminal justice system that are created. So it won't be easy for one to determine, because it's not about SAPS having all the powers. From the side of using the internal disciplinary procedures, it needs the SAPS top management to prioritize that and work on it. It won't come with the results overnight. As I made an example of our division currently, that is not
But
that.
okay, let me speak like a member of the public who is looking for justice. Is it possible that within the SAPS, the people who killed Babita Deokaran are known?
Within the SAPS, it's possible.
Is it possible that the people who killed within the SAPS,
Yes, it's possible.
or officials of the SAP, it is possible that one of the officials of the SAPS knows who killed Babita Deokaran?
It's possible, Chair.
And is it possible that within the SAPS, there is an official who knows the people who killed Witness D?
It's possible.
Is it possible that within the SAPS, there is an official who knows the people who killed DJ Waras?
Very possible again, Chair.
And many other victims whose names are not being mentioned.
Yes.
Is it possible that there could have been SAPS officials involved in the murders of those victims?
Looking at the.
You have just mentioned the murder of Swart,
Yes.
that there was an SAPS official involved.
That's exactly why my response has been a yes, because I was saying, looking at our experiences. In one of the cases, I think there are about 3 or 4 cases, political related cases in KZN, we had 2 members of the shift that was hired as
Like the
hitmen.
case of Cindy Somakaka,
Yes,
where you say that the gun that was used to kill him comes from crime intelligence.
it's all those experiences that makes one to respond positive on your questions, Chairperson.
Okay. So my last question to you would be then to say, in the light of the picture that you have presented before us, the shenanigans that happen within the police officials themselves, and the escalating levels of crime where the onslaught against the public goes unabated. And with the seemingly state of paralysis that is there in the SAPS, because it's like it has been disabled. It can't arrest criminals, but it knows who the criminals are. What are the recommendations that you are making before this House of Parliament? That if the following were to be done, we think we can get the SAPS right, whether in terms of legislative interventions, in terms of policy, operational, daily operations, anything. What are the strategic interventions that you think can be done to help the SAPS to be an institution of choice for the people of South Africa?
Thank you, Chair. Is firstly, according to my opinion, is to continue cleaning out the rogue elements uniformly so within the whole SAPS. so as then we can be able to start to have a clean subs that is going to focus on the same goals, other than the current moment where we have all these problems that are related to issues of integrity. And in terms of oversight, I will also, that's why I was reluctant to answer the question that talks to what is it that SAPS alone can do, because there is a need also for the strengthening of the oversight without duplicating, but strengthening it such that then it's able then to give the proper strategic overview of whatever activities that are taking place within SAPS.
But how manifest is this to the provinces? Do you have, what is being depicted here at national level? Does it have manifestations at subnational level?
It's possible, but one then is not having the picture currently, but it's very possible.
Okay. Advocate Arons.
Thank you, Chairperson. Fortunately, I actually just want to feed into or pick up from those questions you posed to General Khumalo, which I think are critical. And hopefully it's a sign that as we complete this final phase, we're thinking of possible solutions and what remedial action we can propose to Parliament. So just in relation to that, I've got a very short time, General, so I'm rather going to put these questions to you, and hopefully you can capture them and respond. There's a clear divide within SAPS at senior management level and seemingly also through the ranks, given your testimony yesterday that some 90% of the Gauteng officers are somehow working for or connected to the cartel. And this is also clearly apparent from the witnesses that have appeared. Some of these witnesses, like yourself, like General Mkhwanazi and others, and there's also other witnesses who have been in the system for years, who now express support for General Mkhwanazi after his 6 July media announcement. Was this discontent or tension within SAPS, was this brewing for all this time? Was it evident to you as someone who's been in the service since I think the early 90s, 1991? Has that been the case?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The response, as one was growing within SAPS, you are exposed at the level where you are. So one was an operator for a long time. Then when you get to strategic levels, and then you start then realizing that there is somewhere where I made an example of a chocho by a constable or a sergeant underneath the tree in the rural areas. Then you realize then that because as you grow up the ranks, then you get to the levels where you are, you realize that the problem is much bigger than what you knew all along as you were growing up the ranks?
So I know we, and maybe as the lawyers, we're supposed to find or come up with these answers. But how do we deal with conflicting evidence, especially, and this is the part that I'm requesting your response, especially where we hamstrung by confidentiality restrictions, classified issues, which you are perhaps privy to. For example, we know of the two persons clearly that have been mentioned who are part or two of the five of the cartel, but we don't know the other names, and the other names are under investigation by crime intelligence. Now, does the same thing apply to, because General Mkhwanazi is alleged that there are judges involved, there's prosecutors, the whole criminal justice system. No judges have been mentioned to us. Prosecutors, Shamila Batoy testified before us. He knows some people have been disciplined or so, but certainly according to her evidence, no prosecutor, especially senior prosecutors involved in high-profile matters, has particularly been mentioned to us in this committee.
Thank you, Chair. The honorable member, one of the honorable members yesterday raised an issue of a previous discussion by the committee in terms of maybe clarifying the issue of an in-camera evidence by some of us. As it's indicated in my affidavit that there is other evidence that one is not legally allowed to share in a public platform. So maybe then it's something that the evidence leader and the committee has to look at.
Okay. Yeah, we've just recently had a meeting, and yeah, we will with the chairperson work on that a bit more. So you suggest an in-camera hearing, obviously with the authorization of the Joint Committee on Intelligence.
Yes.
Now, these three are related. Much has been made, especially by Minister Mkhunu, of what is regarded, because these, you remember, this is one of the reasons after the event that he gave for the 31 December 2024 directive. Much has been made about what is regarded as the disproportionate amount, hundreds of millions, as you know, spent on PKTT in relation to political killings, especially in KZN, as compared to the unacceptably high daily murder rate, especially in our poor communities. And in this regard, you highlighted the differences between the murder and robbery unit and the PKTT. But it appears, and you must please just clarify this, it appears that the mandate of the PKTT has been expanded or has been made more flexible. For example, your intervention on the 6th of December when Molefe was arrested, and when you also went to the Eastern Cape and dealt with the Fort Hare matter. Is it the case that given your position as the head of crime intelligence and also your involvement in PKTT, perhaps not on the same level as you had been before you were appointed as head of crime intelligence, that PKTT perhaps enjoys a privileged access to classified information and is perhaps then more successful, in inverted commas, in resolving murder cases than your ordinary murder and robbery unit?
Thank you, Chairperson. It's not true. The truth is, as long as we concentrate on this name, by the way, as people that established this team, we do not know where this name is coming from, PKTT. But then we have learned to join the chorus by saying PKTT. According to my view, that's where we are getting it wrong. We are concentrating on the PKTT. All what we have been saying is it's the methodology that needs to be adopted. Whether it's adopted by the murder and robbery unit, it's fine. Whether it's adopted by DPCI, it's fine. Why we are voting for this methodology, it's because it will deal with most of the issues and the problems that were raised by the chairperson a few minutes earlier, that we have integrity issues. Now, once you do not have the ownership of the docket belonging to a certain individual, which is what the PKTT methodology is against, then you would have dealt with some of the problems. So all what we are saying is it's the methodology that needs to be implemented. It has got nothing to do with General Khumalo being the coordinator and also the brigadier at ORS, because the PKTT, because of its methodology, was successful and its mandate extended, even when the now General Khumalo was a brigadier from ORS and a major general from ORS. It's the methodology.
But then surely that is a methodology that the National Commissioner, because it's an operational issue, isn't it? It's not for Parliament to instruct or for the Minister. Surely the National Commissioner can direct that methodology must be adopted. And then there's also those I forget the name of it now. I think it's Section 10 of the Police Act, where they have these. I think you have quarterly meetings. The senior officers. You know what I'm talking about, you know, with the National Commissioner, and surely there we one of the reasons why you meet is to coordinate your work across the country, across the provinces. Surely that is where it can be discussed, and if it's effective and successful, where it must be applied across the board.
As per the example that I cited of a decision that was taken during one of the BOCs, that each province must send ±5 members to PKTT to learn the methodology, which was done, but the problem was with the implementation. It was not implemented.
The ministerial directive of 31 December 2024 has not been withdrawn as far as I know, as far as we are concerned, or been set aside. We know, for example, that PKTT has not been disbanded. In fact, you have some, I think yesterday you said 600 and odd cases. So it's grown exponentially. But what about, you remember the directive in relation to the border management, and specifically the one where the minister now on leave directed that all posts in crime intelligence be frozen? What has happened with that directive? I think you did say that there are vacancies in crime intelligence which need to be filled. Has this been discussed with the acting minister, Minister Kachalia?
The directive has not been discussed with the acting minister in my presence. I'm not aware of any discussions. Yesterday, during my testimony, I referred to the discussions that I've had with the National Commissioner, whereby he indicated that the posts from our environment that were halted will be re-advertised. The task team is continuing with its work, so I'm not sure of the third point then as to what is the impact, because it's more related to visible policing.
I'm almost there, Chair. In dealing with the SAP's senior management, do all senior members have security clearance and so have access to classified or confidential information? And I ask this question in the light of what appears to be still differences and tensions within senior management level.
Yes. So not all senior management have security clearance, and it's a question that one cannot answer in this fashion of discussion, because one of the senior managers' security clearance might have expired yesterday. Then here I say is having, because security clearance has got timeline. So it's a question that needs to be asked, and then one then goes to the system and provide the accurate, especially if you are under oath, the accurate answer.
Then to access telecommunications of a person, private person, or an organization entity, is authorization required from a magistrate or a judge, where you have to submit an affidavit to get that authorization?
Yes, in terms of X 70, then you need the authorization from the judge.
So even crime intelligence
Comply.
conducting covert operations have to do this, except that you will go what they call ex parte to a judge or a magistrate in chambers, submit the affidavit, and the magistrate or the judge will look at it.
No, the intelligence community is afforded a dedicated judge that is dealing with their applications.
And that judge is not on your list. Okay, this is the last question. It's actually for you to confirm. I shared with you this morning some documents which were actually privileged or confidential about your arrest, and we know from your statement that you've taken it on review, and from what we've shared this morning, it appears clearly that there were a number of irregularities. And it doesn't seem as if the case, you will succeed, or alternatively, IDEC will withdraw their opposition to your application.
It confirms the evidence that I touched upon when I referred to the coincidence of the 6th of December. So everything up to so far, including the information that we discussed this morning, it's still confirming that coincidence.
That's the 6th of December is one of our important dates. That was the date when Molepi was arrested. But it's also an affidavit with a signed in Cape Town and commissioned in Pretoria. Something to that effect.
That's correct.
Thank you very much, General, and thank you for your time and your support and your dedication to the good cause.
Thank you so much, Zoleka Kotash. Thank you so much for being with us from the first day until today. Andrew Bennett and Jason Felix. Thank you so much, guys. You know, Advocate Mkhwanazi, when we were at the Kgosi Mampuru during that week, these journalists could not have space just to take photos, you know, because they were overcrowded by people who are not going to be with us. So these journalists have stood the test of time, and I want to thank you so much. And I believe that your supervisors are noticing the work that you are doing. I just felt that I must recognize you and thank you for the work that you are doing for your respective institutions, but also keeping the people of South Africa informed. Advocate Arendse and your team, Advocate Norman Arendse, Advocate Maria Mkhwanazi, and Advocate Bongiwe Mkhize. We also want to thank you for the sterling work. We are going for a very busy week next week with Mr. McBride coming here on Tuesday and Wednesday, and Mr. Julius Mkhwanazi coming on Thursday and Friday. We just want to thank you so much for that. Honorable members, thank you so much for your commitment and your contribution in the work of the committee. General Khumalo and your support team, we want to thank you so much for spending the last 2 days with us. We are going to have a committee meeting on Monday at 10 o'clock to deal with the issues that we must deal with, preparing for the next week and the other weeks. I want to thank the staff of Parliament, led by you, Nicolette, for your ever presence, and the staff of political parties here. Honorable Sols.
No, Chair, I just wanted to remind you that one other journalist was also here from day one, Jason there.
Who is that one? Jason Felix.
He's from
Yeah.
day one.
No. I recognized him. Yeah, and I read the name. I was looking right at in his eyes when I read the name. He can confirm that I read his name. They will always be here. We must give them the title of Honorable. Say Honorable Zoleka, Honorable Bennett, Honorable Jason. It sounds good, eh? Honorable Skosan.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for acknowledging them. But those who were mentioned here day before yesterday who are not here, I think we must call them as well, Chair. Thank you.
Who are those that were mentioned?
Oh, those ones, your Maria Tam, or Peter Tutoy, or whatever. Those ones who are.
No,
Yeah, thank you.
I am mentioning these ones because these are the faces that I see here every day. And, you know, let me tell you something that is very encouraging. Have you been aware that in most of the cases, in Mr. Khafale, they arrive here before all of us? When we arrive here, in fact, sometimes when we leave our homes, Zoleka is already on television telling us what we are coming to deal with when we come here. It's very, very encouraging, and we want to thank them collectively so much for the work that. Honorable members, I just want to remind you that in our last meeting, there were matters that honorable members have raised, which they will want them to be discussed in our next meeting. Just make sure that those items, you remind the Secretariat about them so that they must not miss the agenda of Monday. Thank you so much. Have a a good weekend. This is the weekend of the final of the Africa Cup of Nations. If no, it's the Africa Cup of Nations. Just give yourself time to see what is happening on the continent. Thank you so much.